समायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथः धृष्टकेतुश्चेकितानः काशीराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित्कुन्तिभोजश्च शैब्यश्च नरपुङ्गवः युधामन्युश्च विक्रान्तः उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सौभद्रो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्व एव महारथाः अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये तान्निबोध द्विजोत्तम नायका मम सैन्यस्य संज्ञार्थं तान् ब्रवीमि ते भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जयः अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमदत्तिस्तथैव च अन्ये च बहवः शूराः मदर्थे त्यक्तजीविताः नानाशस्त्रप्रहरणाः सर्वे युद्धविशारदाः अपर्याप्तं तदस्माकं बलं भीष्माभिरक्षितम् अभिरक्षन्तु भवन्तः सर्व एव हि तस्य सञ्जनयन् हर्षं कुरु वृद्धः पितामहः सिंहनादं विनद्योच्चैः शङ्खं दध्मौ प्रतापवान् ततः शङ्खाश्च भैर्यश्च पणवानकगोमुखाः सहसैवाभ्यहन्यन्त सशब्दस्तु मुलोऽभवत् ततः श्वेतैर्हयैर्युक्ते महति स्यन्दने स्थितौ माधवः पाण्डवश्चैव दिव्यौ शङ्खौ प्रदध्मतुः पाञ्चजन्यं हृषीकेशः देवदत्तं धनञ्जयः पौण्ड्रं दध्मौ महाशङ्खं भीमकर्मावृकोदरः अनन्तविजयं राजा कुन्तीपुत्रो युधिष्ठिरः नकुलः सहदेवश्च सुघोषमणिपुष्पकौ काश्यश्च परमेश्वासः शिखण्डी च महारथः धृष्टद्युम्नो विराटश्च सात्यकिश्चापराजितः द्रुपदो द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्वशः पृथिवीपते सौभद्रश्च महाबाहुः शङ्खान् दध्मुः पृथक् पृथक् सघोषोधार्तराष्ट्राणां हृदयानि व्यदारयत् नभश्च पृथिवीं चैव तुमुलो व्यनुनादयन् अथ व्यवस्थितान् दृष्ट्वा धार्तराष्ट्रान् कपिध्वजः प्रवृत्ते शस्त्रसम्पाते धनुरुद्यम्य पाण्डवः हृषीकेशं तदा वाक्यम् इदमाह महीपते अर्जुन उवाच सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये रथं स्थापयमेच्युत यावदेतान्निरीक्षेऽहम् योद्धुकामानवस्थितान् कैर्मया सह योद्धव्यम् अस्मिन् रणसमुद्यमे योत्स्यमानानवेक्षेऽहम् य एतेऽत्र समागताः धार्तराष्ट्रस्य दुर्बुद्धेः युद्धे प्रियचिकीर्षवः सञ्जय उवाच एवमुक्तो हृषीकेशः गुडाकेशेन भारत सेनयोरुभयोर्मध्ये स्थापयित्वा रथोत्तमम् भीष्मद्रोणप्रमुखतः सर्वेषां च महीक्षिताम् उवाच पार्थ पश्यैतान् समवेतान् कुरूनिति तत्रापश्यत् स्थितान् पार्थः पितॄनथ पितामहान् आचार्यान् मातुलान् भ्रातॄन् पुत्रान् पौत्रान् सखींस्तथा श्वशुरान् सुहृदश्चैव सेनयोरुभयोरपि तान् समीक्ष्य स कौन्तेयः सर्वान् बन्धूनवस्थितान् कृपया परयाविष्टः विषीदन्निदमब्रवीत् अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेमं स्वजनं कृष्ण युयुत्सुं समुपस्थितम् सीदन्ति मम गात्राणि मुखं च परिशुष्यति वेपथुश्च शरीरे मे रोमहर्षश्च जायते गाण्डीवं स्रंसते हस्तात् त्वच्चैव परिदह्यते न च शक्नोम्यवस्थातुं भ्रमतीव च मे मनः निमित्तानि च पश्यामि विपरीतानि केशव न च श्रेयोनुपश्यामि हत्वा स्वजनमाहवे न काङ्क्षे विजयं कृष्ण न च राज्यं सुखानि च किन्नो राज्येन गोविन्द किं भोगैर्जीवितेन वा येषामर्थे काङ्क्षितन्नः राज्यं भोगाः सुखानि च त इमेव स्थिता युद्धे प्राणां त्यक्त्वा धनानि च आचार्याः पितरः पुत्राः तथैव च पितामहाः मातुलाः श्वशुराः पौत्राः श्यालाः सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान्न हन्तुमिच्छामि घ्नतोऽपि मधुसूदन अपि त्रैलोक्यराज्यस्य हेतोः किन्नु मही कृते निहत्य धार्तराष्ट्र
Reverend Father C.H. Amara Rao S.J., Rector, Reverend Father Dr. Francis Xavier S.J., Correspondent, Reverend Father Dr. N.B. Babu S.J., Principal, Vice Principals, members of the management, Deans, HODs, distinguished staff, and students. Good morning to one and all. As we commence this session, let us remember that each day is a blessing from the divine, a precious gift of infinite grace. It is truly a privilege to come together virtually as a community of seekers united by a deep reverence for spirituality and the profound teachings of Hindu philosophy. Let us begin with a prayer song. I now invite the classical prayer song team to lead us into the prayer song.
Opportunity to connect and then surpass oneself, to realize one's unity with others and integration with the entire creation, to work for a happier world, to participate in the collaborative effort, and to create the next future. Sri Aurobindo Society is a non-profit international organization that aims to bring spirituality into material life to solve global problems and realize humanity's dreams. Sri Aurobindo Society seeks to bring a dynamic spirituality into material life and all its activities so that the global problems can find a true solution and the dreams of humanity through the ages can be realized. The society is a non for profit NGO throughout the entire world for individual perfection, social transformation, and human unity in diversity. It invites participation from all who want to work for a better tomorrow with no distinction of nationality, religion, caste, or gender. The society was founded in 1960 by the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Puducherry, India. To make known to the members and people in general the aims and ideals of Sri Aurobindo and the mother, their system of integral yoga, and to work for its fulfillment in all possible ways, and for the attainment of a spiritualized society as envisaged by Sri Aurobindo.
From Sri Aurobindo Society, we have an esteemed speaker, Mr. Sri Shivakumar, Director of Oro Youth. Mr. Sri Shivakumar is a dedicated spiritual leader and educator, serving as the National Director of Oro Youth, the youth wing of Sri Aurobindo Society. Since 2001, he has been a prominent figure in Sri Aurobindo Society, Puducherry, working passionately to inspire and guide young minds. With a background in mechanical engineering and 5 years of experience in the private sector, Mr. Sri Shivakumar made the significant decision to embrace a full-time spiritual path. His life and work embody the transformative principles of Sri Aurobindo's integral yoga, which seeks to elevate human life to a divine existence through spiritual realization. Through his leadership, Mr. Sri Shivakumar continues to uphold Sri Aurobindo's vision of fostering inner growth and creating a harmonious divine life on earth. With these few words of introduction, I now invite Mr. Sri Shivakumar, National Director of our youth, to take over this session.
Namaste and good morning to every one of you, and a very warm welcome to this one-day spiritual retreat titled Awakening the Divine Within. And the topic for discussion that has been selected for this first session is Hinduism and spiritual living. Now, this is not going to be a philosophical discussion on what is Hinduism and what is spirituality. But on the other hand, I thought that I will make this into a seeking for our own identity. And when I say our own identity, I mean the identity of all of us who are assembled here, every student who is there out there, who is part of a modern age where identity very much matters. So we are already into an age of subjectivity where the person comes first and foremost before the person begins to identify with a larger unit. So the first identity is ourselves, and the first exploration that will matter to us is my exploration, and for each of one of you, it's your exploration. And therefore, we will be seeking our identity in this modern age with the help of these two words, Hinduism and spiritual living. So if somebody asks any one of us, let us say, who are you? Tell me something about yourself. You know, how do we identify ourselves and express ourselves? Well, if somebody asks me, who are you? What is your background? One of the first things that I would say is, well, I speak Tamil and I'm from Tamil Nadu. And I live the culture of the Tamil people. I eat idli, dosa, and therefore the language and the place from where I am, the particular identity becomes the first natural identity for many of the students who are assembled here. It could be Andhra Pradesh or it could be Telangana nowadays. So your natural identity will be, I am from Telangana, I speak Telugu, and I follow that particular culture. So one of our first identity, which is very easy. And if somebody asks, what is the criteria which makes you say that you are a Tamil or you are a Telugu person? Well, the easiest thing will be to say that I speak Tamil or I speak Telugu. Or there could be students from other backgrounds, for example, the Hindi-speaking people. For them, the natural identity will be, I speak Hindu, so I'm a Hindi. Therefore, I am a Hindi person. I come from, let us say, Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh. It could be wherever it is. And interestingly, this is only an initial identity because in this age and in these times, all of us have a larger identity too, of which this identity is a smaller identity. I'm a Tamil person, I'm a Telugu person is actually a smaller identity of something which is bigger than this. And what is that bigger identity? Undoubtedly, of course, it is the identity of my country. And this country, which is called India, and in the constitution, and this identity is something that is bigger than I am Tamil person, I am Telugu person, I am a Gujarati, I am Malayali, a Mallu as we call it. And the identity of I am an Indian, there is a certain pride because our identity has become larger now. And that naturally becomes our second identity. And these two identities are insufficient to completely define our background because there is a third identity too, which will be the topic of our discussion. And in fact, that identity will connect us with the previous two identities too. And that identity is something which I still remember when I was in college. I passed out of college, and when I started applying for jobs, one of the things that they expect me to fill up, well, even when I was in the school, is what is the religion to which you belong to. Now, this is an identity. And of course, many of you people who have assembled here, and including me, I remember I used to write Hindu, and the religion, Hinduism. Interesting, isn't it? We say, what is the religion that I belong to? We say Hinduism. And we follow a particular culture. Now, this is an identity that I would like all of us to go a little deeper into. When we say that I belong to Hinduism, what do we mean by it? See, any other religion would have been easy to explain. If I say that I'm a Christian, well, I have a book to follow. It's called Bible. Well, I have one God to follow, and it's a Father in the heaven. And I have a guide, Jesus the Christ. And therefore, it is very easier. Or if you say that I'm a Muslim, it's much easier to give a background of myself, that I follow one book, the Quran. I follow one prophet, and I follow one God. It is much easier for us to define ourselves, give our background. But the problem arises the moment you say that I belong to Hinduism and I am a Hindu. These are the two modern terminologies. And we need to ask ourselves, what is the criteria with which we become Hindu? You see, the other criteria is easy. Why do you call yourself as a Tamilian? Easy, I speak Tamil. Why do you call yourself as an Indian? Easy, because I was born and raised here. And also, if I have an Indian passport, that qualifies me to be an Indian. But if somebody asks me, you're calling yourself as a Hindu, you say that you belong to Hinduism, what is the qualification? What is the criteria that makes you Hindu? I'm sure that all of us have answers to justify that I call myself a Hindu because so and so. But here is the most interesting thing. Here we are almost close to 100 people who are directly assembled here. And I guarantee you that the answer is not going to be the same that is going to come out of these 100 people. It will be, I even dare to say that it will be 100 different answers of why I call myself to be Hindu, because there is no one God which I'll be following. Interestingly, if you take my own family, for example, I am very fond of Lord Kartikeya, Murugan, as we say in South India. But my sister is very fond of Krishna. And my mother may be very fond of Shiva. Different gods. We are all living in the same household, and we say that we are all following the same religion, but not one God who is the same. Interesting. And not one Ishta Devata, as we call it. Now, if that is so, the question, and it is a real identity crisis which we have to face, and today we are going to deep into it and try to find a solution of what gives us the identity with which we can say that I am a Hindu, or can we even say that I am a Hindu? Can we say that I belong to Hinduism? Well, let's dive straight into the two words, Hindu and Hinduism. And as usual, as people who belong to that digital era, internet era, if we go to Wikipedia and then type the word Hinduism, and let us see what Wikipedia throws up. There is an interesting way in which Wikipedia is going to tell you the origin and the identity of the word Hinduism. And I'm going to share this with you because it's extremely interesting to go deeper into it. The first thing it says is the word Hindu it's an English word, exonym. And it's simple. Exonym means that it's a name given by other people. Now, there is another word which is a corresponding word, which is endonym, which means that it's a name given by oneself. For example, my name is Shivakumar, and it's a name which I have adopted myself, maybe given by the parents, but I have adopted, and this is something that is mine. And somebody who comes from, let us say, a foreigner is visiting me, and then he is wanting to know my name. Obviously, I'm going to say that this is Shivakumar. But the foreigner looks at me and then he says that, oh, you look very small. You are a Chotu. And I'm going to call you as a Chotu, and that is your name. You'll have to accept and abide by that name. What will I say? I'm going to say, no, I have a name. And this is my own name. I have adopted it. I am owning it. And that name is Shivakumar. And I don't think you should call me by whatever name you want to. Now, interesting. Let us apply the same analogy to that word Hindu. And straight away, it says that the word Hindu and then the derived word Hinduism is not a name which we have given to ourselves, but it is a name given by people who have come from outside. Come from outside of where? Well, there was a river called Sindhu. It's there, and all of us must be knowing this river Sindhu, which is spoken of. So when people from on the other side of the river Sindhu, they wanted to look at this country, the people who are across on the other side of Sindhu. So we are talking about foreigners who are trying to give a name and identify the people who are living on the other side of the river Sindhu. And it so happened that the Greek had a way of saying Sindhu, and then it became Indos. And they used to call the people who are on the other side of the Sindhu River as Indus. And then the country, the place, they called it as India. And the origin of the name comes from the Greek. And generally, the people, most of the foreigners, started adopting that name. None of them bothered to ask us what is the name by which we call ourselves. Don't you think that they should have asked us what is the name by which we would like to be called? And if even there is a name already that belongs to us, and that should have been the name given to us, not somebody who says that you are the people who are living on the other side of the Indus River. The river Sindhu, in Greek, it became the Indus River. Now, interestingly, if we have to adopt the name of India and Hindus, what will that mean? For us, it will mean people who are living on the other side of the Sindhu River. What will that mean? The people who belong to the country England, the people who belong to the country America, they are all, for us, they are the people who are living on the other side of the river Sindhu. And for us, who are the Hindus really? According to this definition, the people who live on the other side, and therefore we will have to practically call everybody, the rest of the world, as Hindus. According to this definition, how can we who are living on this side, not on the other side, call ourselves as Indians or Hindus? It's a mystery to me. I don't know why we are even accepting that name. And therefore, the first discovery that we will be making today is, if any of us identify ourselves that, I am an Hindu, it's a wrong identification according to the definition of the word. Because we are not living on the other side of the river Sindhu, full stop. And whatever explanation that you may give, the definition says that we have to be living on the other side. Well, for the people who are on the other side, they may be calling us by whatever name they like to, but it's not a name which is given by ourselves, because we are living on this side. And we have a continuity of life. We are a civilization with a long past, with our own books, our own lifestyle, our own guidelines on what is it that we want to be called. And therefore, let us start by making this first discovery, that if we call ourselves as Hindu, or if we identify ourselves as I belong to Hinduism, it's a wrong definition, because the definition says that everybody outside of this country is to be called, on the other side of the Sindhu is to be called Hinduism. This side, what is the name by which we used to call ourselves? Let us look at some of the most ancient texts that we have. We have a plenty of a continuity of a culture which used to throw up scripture after scripture, and in every one of them there is one name which is mentioned clearly, unambiguously. So it is mentioned in the most recent, for example, in the Mahabharata, in the Ramayana. You go back further, you take up the Puranas, it is mentioned by one name. You go all the way back to the most ancient book, the Vedas, and there too it has been mentioned that this country is always known as, I hope all of you already know the answer to it, this country is called Bharatavarsha. Now, which shloka says, which textbook says that? I'm just going to give you an example, though all the scriptures that I have mentioned give this country the name Bharatavarsha. One example will be what is said in the Vishnu Purana. So this is one of the more ancient Puranas. Nobody knows how old it is. So it is safe to conclude that it is very old, and definitely older than when the name Hinduism, Hindu, and India came. It's much older than that. And this is the shloka which very clearly gives us the name by which this country is known. And this is what it says. I'm going to share with you this shloka. Very simple, easy to understand, not complicated. It goes like, it defines the geography of what is called Bharatavarsha. So it says, Uttaram yat samudrasya. There is a big ocean. Now it is called Indian Ocean. So this country lies north of this ocean, which we now call as the Indian Ocean. Okay, so that is one border. What about the other end of the border? It says Himadres Chaiva Dakshinam. There are huge snow-clad mountains, which we call as Himalayas. And this lies to the south of the Himalayas. So this is a country which lies to the north of the ocean and south of the Himalayas. And then it says, Uttaram yat samudrasya, Himadres chaiva dakshinam, Varsham tat Bharatam. That country is called Bharatam. And what are the people who live there? Do they call themselves as Hindus? Not at all. And what do they call themselves? It says, and that is a completion of the shloka, Bharati yatra santati. The people who belong to this Bharatavarsha call themselves as Bharati. To put it in anglicized Sanskrit, Bharatiyas. Now, here are two direct references to what we call ourselves. And the moment we call as people who are Hindus, that is not a full or accurate or a truthful description of ourselves. What we call ourselves, what we used to call ourselves for years and years together, is one word, Bharatavarsha, and we are all Bharatiya. Right now, whoever we may be, whatever we may identify with, I'm a Tamil person, and I'm a Mallu person, I'm a Madhya Pradeshi, I'm a Uttar Pradeshi, whatever may be, whatever language we speak, the moment we claim to be part of this country, then our claim is, I belong to this country called Bharatavarsha, and I am a Bharatiya. And interestingly, this identifies ourselves with one single lifestyle. Now, here is another big difference that we are going to see. When the people from the other side of Sindhu River came, all that they saw is not one single culture, because when they started traveling, every 100, 200 kilometers, the people started speaking different languages. The people started having different food cultures. The people started dressing differently, and they were completely at a loss as to how to identify and recognize the common factor for a culture where every 100 kilometers people speak differently, eat differently, dress differently, and they did not bother to ask the people who live here, why do you call yourself, in spite of the difference, with one single identity, which is called Bharatavasha and which is called Bharatiya? And they started assuming, how stupid was that? They should have just asked the people, at least not everybody, but at least the wisest of our people, the people who called themselves as rishis. Now, we want to go so deep into these two words, Bharatavasha and Bharatiya, and the culture, a common culture, a common identity that every one of us across the millennia used to have. We don't yet know. I have not yet told you what is the name by which this common lifestyle was called. When you go to Kashmir or Kanyakumari or any other part of this land between Indian Ocean and the Himalayas, there was one single word for the lifestyle that these people used to live. How are we going to discover that? Now, we don't have the capacity to travel back in time. I wish we could have traveled back, all of us together, the 100 odd people together, and then actually seen and witnessed this beautiful country, and then what is the lifestyle that was called. But because we cannot time travel back, we are going to take the help of one person at least, who has done an in-depth research and also has discovered the way in which you and I can also do the same exploration and discover what he has discovered. And that person is none other than Sri Aurobindo. Now, the question comes naturally that who is this Sri Aurobindo? What are his qualifications to be a guide for all of us to travel back in time to discover our identity? Well, a very brief introduction to who Sri Aurobindo is. He was born in 1872. Well, that was the latter part of the 19th century. That was the time when India was under, whose rule was India under? Under the British Raj. Now, this is another discovery that we can make just like that. So when we go back into the history, from until the time the Britishers have come, if we go back even through our history textbooks, the 2000 years of history, there are a couple of things which stand out uniquely for this country, which is called Bharatavasha. And when I say unique, it's not necessarily in the positive sense. So when I was doing my research of inquiring into the identity of this country, there is one strange fact that I come across. So on the one hand, this is a country which was identified as one of the wealthiest, a country which is filled with a lot of wisdom in so many fields of human endeavor. And the modern researchers have even unearthed the type of knowledge that was taught through two of the Indian universities, Nalanda and Takshashila. All of us have heard about it. Now, what was the amount of knowledge that we used to possess? Well, in our school days, when I look at the subjects that we have, we had physics, chemistry, biology, and there was one subject, only one subject, which is called art. And how much time was devoted to it? One period in a week, the art period. And even that art period, the moment we come closer to the exams, that will be replaced by physics, chemistry, biology, or mathematics. This is it.
On the left-hand side, select guests.
In these two universities,
Type
Nalanda,
in the
Takshashila,
co-host
it was
email
said that
address.
the
Scroll
one
down and
subject,
save.
art
And that's how to
itself,
add a
was divided
co-host
into
to a
at
new
least
meeting.
64
If you
types
have a
of
meeting
arts.
already
Just imagine
created, you're going to go to your
full-fledged
Google
arts.
Calendar,
Like your
find the
university
meeting,
had school of this,
click on
school
the
of
pencil
this,
to
school
edit
of
it.
this. In the same way,
Again,
if
you're
you
going
go
to go
the
to that
art
little
school
gear,
in Nalanda,
the call
Takshashila,
options,
they had already
select
64
guests.
branches. And that was the
Here's the
immensity of
co-host.
knowledge. But people from all over the world used to come to gain knowledge, but there are other type of people who got attracted to another quality of this country, which is this was one of the wealthiest countries in the world. We don't know if it was the wealthiest, but it was definitely one of the wealthiest countries. How do I say that? What is the proof? Because this is a country which every other country, I would say almost every other country, wanted to invade and then take some of its wealth because it was too tempting. Because here is a country which is filled with wealth. They are not here for gyan. They are not here for, sometimes we have a tendency to say that India is a very spiritual country. The spiritual knowledge was abundantly available. It was not for the spiritual knowledge that all these countries wanted to invade India. It is for the wealth and wealth alone. They were not here for gyan, but they were here for paisa. That is how a business company from England ended up here, the East India Company, and started earning so much money that the British government got a little jealous of it. They wanted to take over. And then finally, India, this country, which was originally called Bharatavarsha, was taken over by the British just for its wealth. It's important to understand this. Now, Sri Aurobindo was born in an era where the Britishers were ruling the country. What about his parents? His parents were hardcore admirers of the conquerors, the British people. So Sri Aurobindo's father was so much aligned with the English people and English culture. He wanted his sons to grow up knowing the language and following the English culture. And he knew that that's not going to happen at that time, India, in the later part of 1800s, because at that time, what was happening in India was very sad. The education has gone for a toss. The wealth has gone for a toss. Our identity has gone for a toss. We are not a free country anymore. We were a country of slaves, conquered people, and the things that you can call truly as something that belongs to this country were not something that one has to be proud of. And therefore, he decided to send all his children directly to England and the English people whose culture he admired. So, Sri Aurobindo, at that time, his name was Aurobindo Ghosh. He was sent to England, and when he was 7 years in age, and he had his entire education in England. And what type of a student was he? Just to give you an example, one of his professors, when he reached his final years in schooling, when he came across an essay written by Sri Aurobindo in English, remember, he was in England and going through a full-fledged education, he said, "My God, the quality of the language of this student is so much that in my entire career of being a teacher, I have never seen an essay of such a quality, such a power of expression of English language. This student is truly a master of the English language." And this was one specialty of Sri Aurobindo, not just that he was a master of the English language, but he also went ahead to master equally another European language in whose name the European culture was known, that was the French language. But the English and the French language, they derive their origin primarily from two other languages, which is Greek and Latin. Like how we say that here Sanskrit was our original language, they have given that status to Greek and Latin, and Sri Aurobindo mastered all the four languages. He could write poetry in all these four languages. Like when he came to India and was arrested by the British, they found from his table, they recovered sheets of paper in which poetry was written in Greek language. So here is somebody who has mastered the four major languages of the West, who have already mastered the culture, the best of the West. Remember, when we are talking about Western culture, we don't talk about the worst part of the culture. We want the best, want to identify the Western culture through its best part, and Sri Aurobindo has mastered. He knew the history of the West, the mindset of the ancient as well as the modern mindset of the Western people. But as he was approaching the final school years, his father was undergoing a transformation because the amount of atrocities conducted by the British was too much for him, and he started changing his viewpoint that these people who are ruling us, the people from Britain, England, this is not necessarily something that I want my children to follow, because I don't want my children also to follow their culture of dominating a few people and then committing such atrocities, which had become a daily affair. So he started sending Sri Aurobindo the newspaper cuttings of the amount of torture that Indian people underwent in British Raj, the famines that were there, the difficulties and the challenges that were part of it. And that started influencing Sri Aurobindo. And when the time for him to graduate came, in those times, all the Indians who get educated in England, when they graduate, they come back to India and work under the British as part of their, the Indian Civil Service, what is now called as the IAS later. Now, Sri Aurobindo decided that if this is the identity of the British, I don't want to work under the British when I go back to India. Now, this is something that he defined. But then he said, what else do I want to be? I don't know anything about India. So Sri Aurobindo, after 14 years of education in England, comes back to India. And the first thing he does is he dives deep into understanding Indian culture for a first-hand experience. He reads book after book, scripture after scripture. He learns Sanskrit. He masters Sanskrit. He goes through Ramayana. He goes through Mahabharata. He goes through Upanishad. And he finds one thing, kind of common thread among all these scriptures is they are all referring to one original book, out of which this Indian culture has emerged. You can call that book as the foundation of Indian culture, and they were the Vedas. And then he looked around to see what do people say about this Veda and what is the content of the Veda. And all that he came across was almost nothing worthy. So much so that when he looked at the Western scholars who had given commentary on the Vedas, well, they almost ended up calling us as people who are idol worshippers, people who are barbarians. Now, this is the impression that is given to as the content of the Vedas. And Sri Aurobindo said, how can this country, which was the wealthiest, go back to 1,000 years back, 2,000 years back, this was the wealthiest country, the country which used to hold immense knowledge, how can this country has that one original guiding book, the Vedas, which is filled with something of a barbarism, something which is unsophisticated, unrefined, uncultured content. When we are looking at this one, something was not okay with me. And this was a time when he decided, I want to experience firsthand what is this culture about. So he gets the help of one Maharashtrian yogi. His name is Vishnu Bhaskar. And with his help, he starts the practice of Indian culture. What is the practice of Indian culture called? It's called yoga. So he starts the practice of yoga and suddenly ends up with an experience which even the person who taught him that particular technique never intended him to have. Suddenly he opened up to an experience of a power which is beyond his mind. And what happened is very interesting and unique. It's almost like a thriller that when he started practicing the technique given by this teacher, the Vishnu Bhaskar Lile, suddenly his mind became so silent, it started expanding and it became one with something which is universal, something which is so vast. And then he opened up to an experience which was indescribable. Except because he has read the Indian scriptures, he knew that this experience is called nirvana. And what I am realizing is that ultimate reality. Now, it is important for us to know when we are talking about our culture and when we are talking about this, our own textbooks, the scriptures, they all rely on this experience of the ultimate reality. And then he wants to go deeper into it, and therefore he gets a message from this power which he has discovered that go to Pondicherry, because there you will have to go so deep into discovering the truth of this country and the truth of this culture which the country holds to. So he comes to Pondicherry, and then what is the first book that he takes up to go deeper into it? He has read, he has heard that Vedas are the original, the most fundamental, the foundational textbook of the so-called Hinduism. But all that he has read so far about the translation, all he has heard superficially, nothing speaks something high of the Vedas. So he starts reading the Vedas once again in their original language of Sanskrit. And suddenly he discovers that what is written in the Vedas is a kind of a symbolic language which were talking about the experiences that he has had and which he is still discovering. And suddenly he looks at this textbook as a book of experiences, a book of revelations, a book of practical discoveries of an ultimate nature. And then he says that, my God, why didn't people discover this part of the meaning of the Veda? And then he sits down and then he starts writing a book. Now, another interesting thing happened. See, when he discovered this power within, which is the essential experience of Indian culture, he opens up to a power which is unimaginable. So he gets so much creative power within him that at one point, after his coming to Pondicherry in 1910, he develops his experiences and then he starts writing about it. When you say, somebody starts writing, they are writing one book. Now, Sri Aurobindo, how many books was he writing simultaneously? He was writing simultaneously 7 to 8 books through a magazine, a monthly magazine, which he started publishing. It was called Arya. From the period 1914, for the next 6 to 7 years, he was writing simultaneously, book after book, and 6 to 7. And once these books finished, he took up more books. And what a tremendous capacity. Even to write one book which is of substance, well, you have to spend years. Here is somebody who has acquired a power by practicing Indian culture, that he was able to write something which is so vast and wide. And this is something that we begin with as part of our discovery. So when we are looking at our culture, we thought that we did not have one book, like how the other religions have. We might be thinking that we did not have one book, but the first discovery is we do have a book, and it is called the Veda. And what are the Veda? These are the foundations of Indian culture. What was written in this Vedas, which Sri Aurobindo discovered and verified? It was something which he was experiencing it. And this will give us an idea that when I say, for example, I am a Hindu or I am an Indian, we don't mean anything which the modern sense implies by the usage of this word. We are not identifying ourselves through a religion. No. This is a country which never had a religion. This is a country which practiced a lifestyle which ended up in experience. And this country has its lifestyle. And now the question comes, what are the characteristics of this lifestyle? My question, when I started discovering what Sri Aurobindo has written, my question was, can you tell me the top 3 characteristics through which I can identify my own culture and then start following them? Then alone am I able to say, who am I? So these are the 3 characteristics we are going to see very briefly. And probably, I think we may have to take probably 10 more minutes, etc., before we take a
Hello?
pause. Yes. So we will keep the questions a little later so that I just give you the foundation, share with you the three characteristics of this culture. One, the country is called Bharatavasha. Second, we had a name for this culture. I have not yet disclosed to you what was the name of the culture, but in our discovery, we will find what is it that these people who now we call as Indians discovered in their quest. For that, with Sri Aurobindo, we will have to go back all the way up to the Vedic era. I wanted to ask, what is it that these people who are called rishis, who belong to that age, what did they discover? First one, to put it simply in a phrase, just listen to it because the meaning will get unfolded as we go into it. So one of the master phrases of the Veda is Ekam Sat Vipra Bahudha Vadanti.
Sorry for the inconvenience caused. Because of the technical issue, the speaker has disconnected. He will join the meeting in about a couple of minutes. So I request everyone to please bear for 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे वरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते सम्प्राप्ते सन्निहिते काले सम्प्राप्ते सन्निहिते काले नहि नहि रक्षति दुःखकरणे नहि नहि रक्षति दुःखकरणे।
I'm sorry for the loss of internet connection. Sometimes, the technology also wants to play a part of our proceedings, but we'll continue our discussion, and we have stopped at the first essential characteristics of the culture of this place. And I have just shared with you a phrase called Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. So the truth is one, and people have given it various names. This is a phrase from the Rig Veda, and this is an essential characteristic of the Indian culture. So when we look at this, how did these people arrive at the discovery that there is only one truth that needs to be discovered? Now, it happened like this. When in those times, in the Vedic era, when people started exploring this world, wanted to discover the truth of everything, one type of people decided to explore the truths of the outer world. So these are called material scientists. So they discovered that there are so many oceans, and our planet is one of the planetary system, and at the center there is a sun. There are several planets which are part of a galaxy. So these were the discoveries of the outside world. Whereas another group of people, whom we specifically call as rishis, they decided to explore themselves. What is my potential? Who am I? Now, these are the people who first developed a technique of exploring oneself. You see, if you ask me, how do I explore myself? Well, I have to cut myself open, for which I have to drop dead. That is not how I explore myself, but I have a power within me, which is called awareness or consciousness in their language, through which I can enter into myself and discover. What are the discovery that they made? first thing they discovered is when they looked into their body, the capacity of the body, and if they want to perfect this body, they can't just make the form perfect, but they discovered that there is an energy which drives the body, which needs to be gained control of. This energy is called the life energy prana. So one of the first discovery is that in order to perfect and maximize our possibilities, our capacities, well, we will have to master not just the body in its form and shape, but even the energy that drives the body, the prana. Now comes the result of this discovery. What are the things that they could do by mastering this energy? Well, the list is amazing, but just to give you a sample, they could make themselves light. For somebody who has mastered the life energy, if I'm weighing 70 kg, I can make myself into 60 or even 50 kg by becoming lighter. I can become heavy. Now, materially, physically, I can become smaller or I can become bigger. If I'm only 5 feet tall, well, I can increase my shape, my form to 6 feet even, or decrease. Or I can prolong the life longevity, the life span of myself. These are all just byproducts of mastering this energy. Now comes the question, is that all that we are? Is there something else we need to discover? As part of discovering our identity, they found that even when you have mastered the life energy, like you are able to move around, jump, run, you can do all feats, physical feats admirably, but they found that there is another energy equally part of us. And if that is not mastered, your mastery of the body goes for a toss. And what is that special energy? It's called the emotional energy. For example, even if you are ekdam physically fit, if you are emotionally not right, if you are upset, you are in depression, you will not be able to express your energies properly. So when can we say that I have truly mastered my body, this life? Only when you have mastered the emotions too. Then, well, we can say that yes, when I am master of my emotions, I can also become truly master of my life energy. This is a second discovery. So remember, we are all talking about what is the ultimate truth. Ekam Sat, the truth is one, the Vedas have said. How did they arrive at it? Now comes another question. After discovering these two energies, the life energy and the emotional energy, they found that a third type of energy inside us, which also needs to be mastered, without which these two energies will flow in different direction. And this is the energy which gives a framework for life, what we call as the mind, the mental energy in the form of thoughts and ideas. They give us a framework in which direction my life will have to run. For example, if I want myself to be a terrorist, what is a framework? Well, I have some ideology. Where does that ideology come from? From my mind. And I want everybody to be the same. I don't want to tolerate anybody else who doesn't think or behave like me. Therefore, let me kill other people. Now, here is the thing. Or it could be a different ideology. There is something that gives us a framework and kind of an organized approach. And it could be good, bad. If it is not controlled, your ideology could be all over the place. And therefore, the mastery of this mind also is essential in order to look at who we are, the reality of ourselves. So not only the body, but the life energy, the emotional energy, and the mental energy. And they did not stop with that. In fact, by this time, their exploration has got so deep that a final barrier was there. And until that time, they thought this is all who we are. I have a body. I have life energy in it. I have emotions. I have thoughts. This is all that I am. But judging by their exploration and discovery, they felt that there is something more. So they pushed inside themselves. They intensely concentrated, focused within themselves, and suddenly a door opened and they entered into the experience of something which was so utterly amazing, so fantastic, so marvelous that they were speechless. They came out of the experience. They wanted to tell everybody. especially the people who are in this country, that you are not who you think you are. You go deep enough, there is something so amazing, so powerful. And they said, this is the source of all creativity that you see abundantly expressed. They discovered the source of the complete creativity this life has to offer. And they said, this source is inside every one of us. And that was an amazing discovery. And they said, this is the same truth which is inside everybody. You may give whatever name you want to give. You can call it as, the material energy, or by whatever name you want to give, Shiva, Vishnu, whatever name is irrelevant. But the energy is so utterly fabulous. And that is the ultimate reality. And therefore, the first characteristic is the truth is one, and it is inside us for us to discover. And this also gives us the second part of the title of this entire spirituality is Awakening the Divine Within. We are all here to explore like the ancient rishis did, and we are meant to discover this. You can call it only as divinity, but the Vedic people chose not to give it any name. They simply said that. Why? Because the moment we give a name, we start imagining a form, and then it becomes limited. They did not want to confine it by giving it a name, by giving it a form. They simply said that. In Sanskrit, it's called Tat. And then what did they say? Tat Sat. That is the reality, Sat. And in many of our traditional words, like what we call as the Mahavakyas, we have a tendency to add a word Om to it. So it became what? Om, which is like a greeting, Om, something which is deeper. And then they say Tat Sat. That is the ultimate reality. What is that? That ultimate reality is within us. And therefore, this is the second discovery that we are making. What is the first discovery? Truth is one. Second discovery, where is the truth? It has to be experienced right inside. In our heart, in the deepest part, there is a secret heart. That is where the truth lies. And you can call it as the inner divine. And then the third discovery, which is an essential characteristic of this culture, is once you have discovered it as a source of creativity, you can facilitate its expression in a million ways. You can become a scientist. You can become a sports person. You can be the most brilliant student. You can be the most brilliant teacher. You can be the most brilliant space scientist. You can choose whatever you want to be, but you will be the best of the best. You will be a genius. And therefore, the identity of the source of all genius, everything that is best, beautiful, and noble that the planet Earth has discovered, has come from that source. You take up art, music, dance, drama, philosophy, scientific discoveries, technology. Where has that brilliant discoveries and achievements came from? It came from and inspired by that source. And that is the essence of this culture. And that is the truth of who we, you and I are. And that truth, to that they gave a name. Now we are getting to what is the name that the Hinduism or the particular lifestyle which was given by the people who live here. They called it as the dharma, which means that the truth of a thing. My truth, your truth. There is a truth which underlies everything, and that is the dharma. And this is not going to change. Like, my truth was different yesterday, and tomorrow it will be different. It is the eternal truth. And therefore, it is called Sanatana Dharma. Now, we will pause here by these two, the discoveries that we have made. Calling ourselves as Hindus, or the name given by the outside people, is very misleading, because if we say Hindus, we mean actually the people who are on the other side of the Sindhu River. Calling ourselves India was never a name given by us to ourselves. If we go back to our own ancient culture, the name given to it is Bharatavarsha, and the lifestyle practiced by is called Sanatana Dharma, not Hinduism. Hinduism, the term came into existence in the modern times, when in 1947 India became free. Well, the Britishers have set a few tendencies as part of the dividend policy, something which became a caste identity or a religious identity, which was never part of our true identity. So we'll pause here. And so just a quick summary. Remember, when we started exploring ourselves, we were into the exploration of our identity, and this is our true identity. Who am I? Well, I am a Bharatiya. What is the bigger identity? I am part of Bharatavarsha. What am I supposed to live? What is the lifestyle that I want to live? I am meant to discover the divinity within and then give it an expression. And when I express it, it will be in infinite ways that it can happen. So all of us can be very different from each other in our expression, but within us, Ekam Sat. I will pause here and we'll just take a few more minutes. So if you have any questions or anything to be addressed, then we will see. It's over to the organizers. I hope there is a clarity now that whenever, if anybody wants to call us as Hindu or the religion Hinduism or the country as India, even in the constitution, it says India, that is Bharat. And what is Bharat is what we have just discovered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the intellectual humility which helps learners to act, reflect, and execute. Energy, enthusiasm, and persistence conquer all things. Your presentation made it all clear. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and giving such a wonderful speech, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for this occasion. It's a brilliant occasion. I feel all the universities, all the colleges should have what is called a spiritual retreat, where we get a chance to explore what is not taught in our syllabus, which is not part of curriculum, but which was essentially part of, should have been a part of our lifestyle. And that is the Sanatana Dharma. And these brilliant discoveries made by our own forefathers should have been part of our curriculum, but we are getting there. And whatever effort it takes, how much of our time we take, this should be our endeavor. And the direction is very clear. Rediscovering ourselves. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank
I wish
you so
all
much.
success
Thank
to
you.
this spiritual retreat.
Thank you, sir. Our next session, we have our eminent speaker, Pranavananda Das Prabhuji, who is a dedicated monk in the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. Prabhuji devoted his life to the practice and dissemination of the teachings of Bhagavad Gita, one of the most revered ancient texts of India. Prabhuji has been a member of ISKCON for many years and has spent a considerable amount of time studying the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. He has a deep understanding of the principles of the Bhagavad Gita and uses this knowledge to guide others. Now I request Pranavananda Das Prabhuji to take over and lead the session.
Hare Krishna. Namaskaram. Can you all hear what I am speaking? Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim yat kripatamaham vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Vasute Vasutam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. Hare Krishna. My pranams to all the participants attending this spiritual retreat organized by the college. We are very pleased indeed to speak to you some words of wisdom from the ancient Sanatana Dharma scripture, which is Bhagavad Gita. We recently celebrated the appearance of Bhagavad Gita, which is also known as Gita Jayanti. Bhagavad Gita is the foundation of Sanatana Dharma. Bhagavad Gita is called as the manual of life. Whenever we purchase a machine, we get a manual how to use that machine. When we study the manual, it becomes immensely easy for us to carry on with the functions of what we want to perform using the machine. This human body is also mentioned in the scriptures that it is just like a yantra or a machine. So the manual to use this yantra of the human body is Bhagavad Gita. Sri Krishna himself gave instructions to all human beings. That's why Krishna is called as Gita Acharya or Jagat Guru. Krishnam Bande Jagat Gurum. Anybody who applies the principles of Bhagavad Gita in their life would be immensely self-satisfied, would be materially successful, and spiritually absorbed in consciousness of Sanatana Dharma. We see these days people are very much wanting to gift something, especially in the New Year's coming up soon. People generally give a diary which can be used for the next year. If you take a paper, if it is yesterday's paper, you would not want to read it. You want today's paper, what's happening now. If we give you a 2024 diary now, you will say, Prabhuji, what's the work with 2024 diary? Now it's 2025 coming up. Anything which is old will lose its vaibhavam, as we say, it loses its importance. But Bhagavad Gita, which has been told by Krishna, is 5,000 years old. But still, the importance of Bhagavad Gita continues. It's the most commented book in entire history of mankind. Various acharyas have installed their profound wisdom in the commentary of Bhagavad Gita. This world is characterized by people who wants to cheat and who wants to be cheated. I will tell a story to all the children in our classes that one person, he was traveling in a train and he was asking, where is this particular station, when will it come? And the person who was just next to him was telling, sir, 5 more stations. And the next station again he says, sir, how many stations more? He says 4 more stations, 3 more stations, 2 more stations, 1 more station. And when the station arrived, he did not get up. He was just sitting, and the person who was sitting next to him got so stressed. He said, you have been asking about when is the station going to come? When is the station going to come from so many hours, and now you're not getting down. Why are you doing this? He said, give me some time. And at the last moment when train was about to leave, this fellow goes down and he gives money to a person, purchases a newspaper and comes up. And he tells this person, see how intelligent I am. And the passenger was asking, what did you do, sir? Said, I had a 10 rupees stone note. I thought when the train is just about to start, I will go down, throw this 10 rupees at him, take the paper and come. Because that was a stone note, nobody would accept it. If he has a time to see it, he would deny. So this is what I did. He said, Wah, kya dimag hai aapka? How intelligent you are, how shrewd you are. And this fellow opens the paper to notice it that this was from the other year, previous year's paper. So this fellow wanted to cheat him and he got cheated. This world is characterized by people who want to be cheated and who want to cheat. But the gift of Sanatana Dharma, gift of Krishna, 5,000 years old, but which is coming through parampara, is still installing us and is removing us from the avidya which people want to install in this world and taking us towards knowledge. It is taking us close to dharma. We were hearing what Sanatana Dharma means and what Hinduism means. A Hindu, the word has many definitions, many definitions. And one of the ways which Hindus are characterized or given meaning is that one who is definitely, deliberately away from himsa, any kind of jiva himsa. We were talking about Bharata. Bha means knowledge. Bha means Agni. One who is worshipper of knowledge. One who is always seeking knowledge. So the fundamental duty of all of us as Bharatavasis, as people belonging to the Sanatana Dharma, the first thing as a duty is to learn about our Dharma, is to understand the profound spiritual gifts which our ancestors and the rishis and the yogis and the acharyas have given us. Deeply dwell in the wisdom of Sanatana Dharma, understand it, practice it, realize it, preach it. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. And it gives us immense pleasure when students are coming together to understand about dharma, when the teachers are coming together, when the leaders of the society are coming together and discussing dharma. This is the way to protect dharma. Bhagavata, in the 10th canto, where Shukadeva Goswami is telling about the monsoons in Vrindavan, he specifically tells when one stops using the way in the monsoons, all the way is covered with grass. After the monsoons, nobody will recognize that there was a way, a path which was intending from this way. If we do not discuss Shastra, if we do not discuss the importance of our dharma, importance of practicing, understanding, and preaching the principles of Sanatana Dharma, it will be lost. So let us all together very nicely, very closely, very deeply think about how we can spread awareness about the beautiful principles of Sanatana Dharma, about the Vedic wisdom which is there in our culture, and how it has to be presentable to today's younger generation, and how can today's younger generation can use their strengths in protecting, in understanding, and in spreading our beautiful, glorious path which leads to the lotus feet of Lord, ultimately in service to the Lord. So I have been told about this program, but as timings were a bit changing, and I have a program which is starting in some time, so unfortunately I will not be able to spend much time with all of you. I thought I'll just share something about the Gita Jayanti and the importance of understanding Bhagavad Gita. So I would want to hear the other speakers also, but I congratulate the organizers of this program, and I pray for all of you that may Shri Radha and Krishna shower their blessings upon all of you and guide you to the path of Dharma. Hare Krishna, Namaskaram.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session. Despite your busy commitments, you made your time to enrich us with the spiritual knowledge, which is undoubtedly the need for the hour. Thank you, sir. I now invite the classical prayer song team to lead us into the prayer song.
తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే మనసా తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే మనసా తెలిసి రామ తలపులన్నీ నిలిపి నిమిషమైనా తలపులన్నీ నిలిపి నిమిషమైనా తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను తలపులన్నీ నిలిపి నిమిషమైనా తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను తారక రూపుని నిజ తత్వములను రిగమపమగ మరి సరి సా రిగమపమగ మరి సరి సాని సరి గమరి రి పమ పని ని పమ పగ మరి ని సరి గమ పమ గమ పని ని పమ రి గమ పమ ద ప సని పరి సని పమ రి గమ ద పరి సని సరి గమరి రి సమ గమ పమ గమరి సని రి సని ప సని పని పరి సని పమ గమరి ని సతలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే ఓ మనసా తెలిసి రామ రామాయణ చపలాక్షుల పేరు నిజ కోరికలే గీడేరు రామాయణ చపలాక్షుల పేరు నిజ కోరికలే గీడేరు రామాయణ బ్రహ్మమునకు పేరు రామాయణ బ్రహ్మమునకు పేరు మానవ జననార్తులు దీరు మానవ జననార్తులు దీరు తెలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే ఓ మనసా తెలిసి రామ అజమనుచును మేషమునకు పేరు అజమనుచును మేషమునకు పేరు నిజ కోరికలే గీడేరు అజమనుచును మేషమునకు పేరు నిజ కోరికలే గీడేరు అజమనుచును మేషమునకు పేరు అజమనుచును మేషమునకు పేరు మానవ జననార్తులు దీరు మానవ జననార్తులు దీరు రిగమపమగ మరి సరి సా రిగమపమగ మరి సరి సని సరి గమరి రి పమ పని ని పమ పగ మరి ని సరి గమ పమ గమ పని ని పమ రి గమ పమ ద ప సని పరి సని పమ రి గమ ద పరి సరి గమరి రి సమ గమ పమ గమ రి సని ప సని పని పరి సని పమ గమ రి ని సతలిసి రామచింతనతో నామము సేయవే ఓ మనసా తెలిసి రామ
Thank you, Nitya, for such a melodious song. Now I invite Sri Vidya to lead us into a prayer song.
गौरी ताये शंकर जाये गौरी ताये शंकर जाये रक्षसुदेवी रविशत भासे गौरी ताये शंकर जाये मंगलमूर्ते मरकत शोभे मंगलमूर्ते मरकत शोभे सज्जन पोषिणि दुर्जन मर्दिनि सज्जन पोषिणि दुर्जन मर्दिनि गौरी ताये शंकर जाये चन्द्रापीडे मन्दसुहासे चन्द्रापीडे मन्दसुहासे इन्द्रानन्दे तन्द्रादूरे इन्द्रानन्दे तन्द्रादूरे गौरी ताये शंकर जाये गणपति जननी ज्ञान विधात्री गणपति जननी ज्ञान विधात्री भव भयहारिणी भजन संतोषिणी भव भयहारिणी भजन संतोषिणी गौरी ताये शंकर जाये रक्षसुदेवी रविशत भासे गौरी ताये शंकर जाये
Thank you, Sri Vidya, for the melodious song. I now invite Sri Harsha to come and sing a classical song.
గనలేని నజాలి తెలిసి నగుమోము గనలేని నజాలి తెలిసి నగుమోము గనలేని నజాలి తెలిసి నను బ్రోవకరాదా శ్రీ రఘువరణి నగుమోము నగరాయ నగరాయ ధరణీదు పరివారు నగరాయ ధరణీదు పరివారు నగరాజ ధరణి
దారే అటులందుతని ఊగి బోధన చేసి వారెను గారే అటులందుతని నగుమోగనలేని నా జాలి తెలిసి నన్ను బ్రోవకరాదా శ్రీ రఘువరని నగుమోము ఖగరాజునియా నటి విని వేగమి చనలేరు ఓ ఖగరాజు నిహా నటి విని వేగమి చనలేరు గగనానికి కీలకం బహు దూరం గనినాదో గగనానికి కీలకం బహు దూరం బని నాదో జగమేలే జగమేలే పరమాత్మ ఎవరితో మొరలిడదు జగమేలే పరమాత్మ ఎవరితో మొరలిడదు జగమేలే పరమాత్మ ఎవరితో మొరలిడదు మగజో పకుతాలను నన్నేలు కోరా త్యాగరాజను తుమి మగజో పకుతాలను నన్నేలు కోరా త్యాగరాజను తుమి నగుమోగనలేని నా జాలి తెలిసి నను ఓవకరాదా శ్రీ రఘువరని నగుమోము. Thank you, Sri Harsha. It was just not a song but a soulful musical journey. Now I invite Sindhu to sing a classical song. भावयामि रघुरामं भव्यसुगुणारामं भावयामि रघुरामं भव्यसुगुणारामं भावयामि रघुरामम् भावुकवितरणपरा भावुकवितरणपरा पाङ्गलीलविलसितं सरे ग सरे मा पदा पद रे सा नि द प म ग रि सद सरि मा गरि मा पद प म पद स नि द प म ग रि सद रि सद सद ग रि नि द म ग रि सद भ वयामि रघुरामं भव्यसुगुणारामं भावयामि रघुरामम् दिनकरान्वयतिलकम् दिव्यगादि सुतसवन वनरहित सुबाहुवदम हल्यसापम चनम् अनगमीश शापभङ्गम् जनकसुधा प्राणेशम् घनकुपिता भृगुरामम् गर्वहरमिह साकेतम् मगसानि गनिस रिगमनिदम गरिगम पागरि रिगमनिदनि पदनि सनि दनि सम गरि सदा सदा गरि निदम गरि सदा वयामि रघुरामम् भव्य सुगुणारामम् भावयामि रघुरामम्.
Thank you, Sindhu. You're an incredible singer. Your voice and rhythm over singing are just unbelievable. Now I call R. Surya Lakshmi to sing a classical song.
राज राज राठिते नाद निधे सारदे 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 राज राज राठिते तेजो निधि श्री ललिते 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 ईश सहजाते तेजो निधि श्री ललिते ईश सहजाते राज राज राधिते नाद निधे सारदे राज राज राधिते नीने हरि के सराग्नि नीने नित्य कल्याणी नीने हरि के सराग्नि नीने नित्य कल्याणी नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वरा नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वरा नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वर नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वर
कृष्ण राजेश्वर नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वर रक्षण क्षण जय जननी नीने कृष्ण राजेश्वर रक्षण क्षण जय जननी राज राज राधिते नादनी दे सारदे राज राज राधिते
It moves beyond the verbal text to communicate. The message, the song was awesome. Thank you, Surya Lakshmi. Now we have a video presentation on the sacred city Varanasi, India.
जाके देखे तो कॉफी
I would now like to call upon Aparna Mishra to introduce our distinguished speaker, Paravastu Sri Satya Gopinath Das Prabhu, a social worker, politician, and public speaker who is associated with International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness, ISKCON, also known as Hare Krishna Movement, was formed in 1966. It promotes devotion to Lord Krishna through practices like chanting, studying the Bhagavad Gita, and community service. ISKCON temples are also known for their cultural programs, vegetarianism, and vibrant festivals. Paravastu Satya Gopinath Das Prabhu was born in 1971 in Andhra Pradesh. He is a distinguished leader whose life exemplifies dedication to spiritual growth and societal service. A mechanical engineering graduate, Sri Gopinath Das Prabhuji embraced a higher calling at the age of 19 by joining ISKCON. Over the decades, he played a pivotal role in constructing landmark ISKCON temples in cities like Rajahmundry, Guntur, Kondavidu, Bangalore, Tirupati, and Hyderabad, transforming the spiritual landscape of South India. A respected figure in the religious community, Sri Gopinath Das Prabhuji served as chairman of the South Indian Divisional Committee for 12 years and the National Committee for 2 terms. On the global stage, he was recognized as ISKCON's
Global Development Officer for 4 years. In 2018, he joined the Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) under Sri Kanna Lakshmi Narayana's leadership, bringing his vision for growth to politics. During the COVID-19 lockdown, he oversaw the distribution of 50,000 grocery kits and provided food to over 4,000 people daily. Beyond charity, he is deeply committed to promoting ethics, morality, and spiritual development, especially among college students. Sri Satya Gopinath Das Prabhu is a visionary leader whose life is shaped by spiritual devotion and public service, consistently striving for social good, spiritual enlightenment, and national progress. Now I request Sri Gopinath Das Prabhuji to take over and lead the session.
भूतले श्रीमते जयपताकस्वामिनिति नामिने नमावं विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्तस्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वती देवं गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा. Good morning to everybody. This is Satya Gopinath Das from ISKCON Rajamandri. So I'm very glad that your college people, Loyola College Management, they have given me a wonderful opportunity to speak to all of you. And I just proceed myself. So ISKCON is a spiritual organization and service-oriented organization. And the founder Acharya is Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He started this organization. At the age of 21, he met his spiritual master, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj. So he requested him, young people like you should travel to America and spread the Sanatana Dharma. So at the age of 70, Swami Prabhupada, he traveled in a cargo ship and he went around the world 14 times and he established 108 temples. The philosophy is very simple. Swami Prabhupada, what he has presented to the world. Everybody wants happiness. Nobody wants any, pain or, disturbances in their life. If you really wants to be happy, you should know the formula for happiness. Prabhupada explains, there are government laws. If we break the government law, government will punish us. In the same way, there are nature's laws. If we break the nature's laws, nature will punish us. Ignorant of law is no excuse. Just because I don't know the law and I killed somebody and you expect that, they should honor me, it's not going to happen because you should know the laws of government when you are living in a society. In the same way, when you are living in the nature, you should know the nature's laws. Unfortunately, there is no school, there is no college which teaches the nature's laws. So Swami Prabhupada said, I am establishing this International Society for Krishna Consciousness around the world to teach the nature's laws to the people so that you can guide them. So that is the reason. So Srila Prabhupada established this organization around the world. So we talk about the nature's laws, which is given in the Shastras. So Shastras are given by the Creator, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Like, any mission if you take, the manufacturer will give the manual. In the same way, the Lord who created this universe, the creation, he has given the laws of nature. So that is the reason in Bhagavatam it is said, Dharmantu Sakshat Bhagavat Pranitam. So Dharma is predicted, is given by the Lord himself, who is the creator, who is the creator. So especially the student's life, according to Srila Prabhupada, he said, if you build a building, the foundation should be very strong. Then the building will stand for long years. In the same way, for a life, the student's stage is brahmacharya. It is called technically, according to the Shastras, it is called brahmacharya. So when you put the foundation of brahmacharya strongly, then your life will be very, very successful. So we should understand, and the student life, we are the architecture to make a nice idol. So when you are a sculpture, when you are carving a murti, you should not do wrong beatings. So if the murti is broken, there is no value. You have to carve in such a way beautifully, the value of that murti should enhance. So in the same way, if we put one wrong step in your young age, like youth, the student's life, that impact will be on your whole life. So that we should understand. That we should understand. So in the same way, and we have to have a very concentrated education life when you are a student, because from Mahabharata we understand, like Dronacharya was teaching archery, like Vilu Vidya, to all the Kauravas and Pandavas. Then he kept one bird on a tree and he called Duryodhana. What you are seeing, you have to hit that bird. What you are seeing. Then Duryodhana said, beautiful panoramic scenery behind, and big hillock, and it's very nice. I see the tree, that, this, and all. Then Dronacharya said, you are not eligible for archery. Then he called Arjuna, and what you see, he asked Arjuna. Then Arjuna said, I'm only seeing the eyeball of the bird. Then he said, you are qualified. So in the same way, when we are studying, we should, because you can have a big ambitions to achieve in your life. For that, you have to put nice foundation. The foundation is not there, then just daydreaming is of no use. That we should understand. Once upon a time, there was a businessman who was selling a curd. And he used to carry curd in a pot, and he used to go around and sell and bring the money, and he used to live his livelihood. And one day it was too hot. Then he thought, let me take some rest under the tree. Then he kept the pot aside and he was sleeping. And simply sleeping, what is the use? Let me have a dream. So normally, why I am telling this story, once I was traveling in Bangalore, I took an auto. The auto driver looks like, very, handsome and all. Then I just inquired him, what is your background? Then he said, my father is a gazetted officer, and that, this and all. I'm from a big family. Then I asked him, then why you are driving an auto? Then he said a very good word. He said, I was a daydreamer. All the time I used to dream. I was not a practical person. Because of my dreams, my life ended up like this, he said. So we should have a big ambitions. To achieve these ambitions, we should have a concentrated, foundation to reach our goals. That is very important. If the goals are achieved, when you put a proper foundation to reach your goals, that is very important. So then this man, he kept his pot, the curd pot, and instead of just sleeping, let me have a dream. Then in his dream, he was selling the curd, and everybody, get crash. Everybody, wants to buy from him, and they are giving a liter. If it is 50 rupees, they were giving 100 rupees, 200 rupees. Your curd is like amrita. We want your curd only, like that. He got a lot of money. With that money, he bought a cow, and with the cow, this cow actually, normally cows give 4, 5 liters or 6 liters. This cow was giving 30 liters. And everybody, very fond of buying this cow milk from him. And through the cow also he got a lot of money. Then he started a dairy farm. He kept the name as Dream Dairy Farm. In a course of time, he earned a lot of money through the dairy farm. And he came to know that Reserve Bank of India is in debt. So then to Reserve Bank of India. So Reserve Bank of India taking money from him, they became very, rich, and they started giving him, a lot of returns. And with that money, he gave loan to World Bank. In that situation, he was in a very great situation. And one worker, he did not work properly. He became so angry with his left foot. He kicked that man, and he got a sound, fat. Suddenly he opened his eyes. He kept his curd pot near his foot, and he kicked it, and it got broken. And that day itself, very difficult for him to eat, because he lost his business, because he broke the pot. In the same way, whole year we will be seeing films, that this and all. We are daydreaming, and we are not concentrating on our subject, what we are supposed to do now. Then whole year will go off. The pot is broken, and you lost your exams. So it should not be like that. You should have a big dreams. You should know to put foundation to achieve that goal. And another thing in students' life, what I have seen is, the character. Character is very important. If you don't have character, like, one scientist, he came to India, and, he was near Ganges, and he wanted to, cross the Ganges. So he asked help for, one boatman. And, he said, can you help me to cross this river? He said, okay, sit in my boat. While he was drawing the boat, so they were moving, and suddenly the scientist, he started shouting, Kukumba. Then, the boatman, sir, what are you shouting? Then he said, can you see those trees? They have nice roots and all. It is used for some, medicines. It's a very valuable roots. You know the value of those roots? Then he said, no, I don't know. The boatman said, I don't know. Then the scientist said, 25% of your life is wasted. Then after some time, then again he started shouting some crazy sound, Then this boatman asked this, sir, why again you are shouting? Then he said, there is a small hillock there. Those stones are very precious. You know the value of those stones? Then he said, no. Then another 25% of your life is wasted. Then after some time, he shouted another crazy sound. Then he said, what is that? Then he said, in the water, some oil-like thing is flowing that is very valuable. You know the value of those oil? No, he said, I don't know. Then your 75% of your life is wasted. Suddenly what happened? A storm came, big tufan and a heavy wind. This boat is not able to sail. It is going to drown in the water. Then this boatman asked him, do you know swimming? He asked the scientist. Then he said, no, I don't know. Then your 100% life is wasted. He just jumped into the water, the boatman. He swam across the river. And this man, he knows about the trees. He knows about the stones. He knows about the oil. He doesn't know how to swim in the water. So he drowned and he died. In the same way, we know about chemistry, physics, mathematics, and, film knowledge, and, cricket knowledge, sports knowledge, everything. We don't know how to cross this material ocean of life. And if we don't know the character, so then your 100%, if you don't have a good character, then 100% of your life is wasted. 100% wasted. So one thing we should understand, we should, along with the education, material education, we should develop good qualities. Why? Because in the year of 2000, I was ISKCON Hyderabad temple president, and I have been invited to Cherlapalli prison to give discourse to the prisoners. So when I went there, it was a strange situation. The prisoners, their, activities and all. Finally, I started doing 15 minutes bhajan. Then later, I started speaking on Karma Siddhanta. So after that, after about 1 hour speech, nearly 300 to 400 prisoners, they came near to the stage and they said, whatever words you said, if we would have heard 5 minutes before our, 5 minutes before our committing offense, our life would have been saved. Our life would have been saved. They were all crying, tears in their eyes. So I thought the problem in the society at present is, the need of the hour. People, they don't have proper guidance. That is the need of the hour. So proper guidance, what is good, what is bad. Because everybody wants happiness. Nobody wants, suffering. So they should know the formula of happiness. If you put mango seed, mango tree only will come. It's not that if you put mango seed and sapota tree will come. No, mango tree only will come. If you do bad activities, the result, every action, there is an equivalent opposite reaction. So if you do bad activities, you get bad result. For that, you have to suffer. So karma, nobody can escape. So according to Bhagavad Gita, Lord says, what is the reason for good and bad? So he says in Bhagavad Gita, Karanam gunasangadosham sat asadyonishu janmashu. To take a good birth and to take a bad birth, it is because of your previous karma. So karma, on what basis you do? Because of your consciousness. If your consciousness is good, then you do good karma. If your consciousness is bad, you do bad karma. So based on that, your happiness and distress, it is dependent. It is dependent based on your karma. So this consciousness, because of how you get bad consciousness? Because of the association. If you have good association, you get good conscious. If you have bad association, you get bad consciousness. So based on consciousness, you do the activity. Based on that, you get the result. Once upon a time, there was a saintly people, they were traveling headed by Saunaka Muni. So they were traveling and suddenly there was a pouring rain. They thought they were looking for some shade to save themselves from the rain. So rain. So they saw there was a small hut. So there was some shade and they went there. And in that hut, there was a, cage was hanging for the roof. And in that cage, there was a parrot. This parrot was shouting, kill these guys, cut their throat, cut their arms. Like that, this parrot was shouting. And these saintly people thought, what is this? This parrot is too much. Kill, cut their head. Like that, it's speaking. So they thought, better we drench the water in the rain, no problem. They left that place and they went away. And after some time, they found a hermitage. There also there was shade. They went there and they were under the shade, they were standing. And there also they saw a parrot. This parrot, please saintly people, please welcome, come, take your seat. So you want to have any food items to eat? So politely this parrot was speaking. Then the Saunaka Rishi, he asked, there also in another hut, we met a parrot that was too harsh speaking. And you are so polite. What is the reason? So then this parrot said, we both are same parents' children. We both are same parents' children. And what happened? Unfortunately, our parents, they died. So one butcher, he has taken us, both of us. And one he kept with him and one he sold it to these saintly people. And these saintly people, from the day beginning to end, they were very polite talking and very respectful to others. And I learned from them these words. And there, this butcher always killing and cutting and all these words heard by that parrot. So that parrot learned all these harsh words. This is because of the association. So actually, we should learn good association. We should have a good association. Because of that, our consciousness built up. Because of that, we do activities, and based on our activities, the result will come. If you do good activities, the good result will come. If you do bad activities, bad result will come. And one more thing, all of us, we should understand why, in spite of So much technology we invented and we manufactured. This is all for what? To happiness. And after achieving so much technically, people are not happy. What is the reason? We should understand. So according to Bhagavad Gita, so simple example I will give you. If you take a fish out of the water and give nice foodstuffs and AC room and nice TV, within seconds the fish will die because the constitutional position of the fish to be in the water. And as a jiva, as a soul, what is our constitutional position? We should understand. Our constitutional position of a jiva to be with jivatma, with paramatma. So that is our constitutional position. So I will give you an example. Like, when you are going in a car, if you fill the petrol tank of the car, the driver will not be satisfied. For the car, you have to fill the fuel. For the driver, you have to give food, meals. Then only, if driver is very strong, then he can drive the vehicle. In the same way, all the materialistic activities are for the body, and for the soul, you have to give the food of spirituality. That is the food for the soul. If you give that spirituality to the soul, then the soul will be very strong to drive this vehicle. So if you are not feeding him, then he cannot drive the vehicle properly. In the same way, if soul is not very strong, then it cannot drive this body properly. So all the accidents in present society is happening, materially and like socially and financially, all the problems because the soul is not very energetic. So soul get energy from the spirituality. So Swami Prabhupada said, railway track, there is two lines. In the same way, in our life also, spiritual life and material life, both should together, it should go. Then only our life will be very, very successful. Otherwise, we cannot be successful. So the thing, we should know the laws of nature. And next thing, what is the purpose of student life? So according to Shastras, Brahmacharya, Gruhastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyasa. This Brahmacharya, student life, is the foundation for the life. So the foundation is strong, then your life will be very strong and very successful and very cheerful. So that is the reason you should, to lead your rest of the life happily, you should concentrate student life on your goals. Once you achieve your goals, next level is enjoyment of life. Enjoyment of life. So if you don't achieve your goal, only daydreaming and deviations from your goal, then you are not going to gain anything. So suffering only, it will happen. So we should understand the purpose of life. Next thing, purpose of life. So purpose of life is, there are totally 84 lakhs of species are there. Human life is meant for self-realization. Only in human form of life. Who am I? Who is God? What is the relation between me and God? Why I have come here? Why these sufferings are there? So to inquire. 4 activities are common. Like, ahara, nidra, vayamaitunamsha, samanvavetam pasubhi naranam. Dharmohitesho adipo vishesho, dharmena hina pasuhi samana. Eating, mating, sleeping and defending. These 4 activities are common even in human and animal. So when you will become above the animal means dharmohitesho, when you follow the dharma. The sugar dharma is sweet, salt dharma is salty, and the human being dharma is merging with the thought of Parabrahman. So that dharma, when you follow, that is the purpose of human life. And whatever karma you do, you cannot escape. That also we should understand. Nobody can escape karma. Maybe if your karma is good, from government laws, you can escape. You cannot escape from nature's laws. Once there was a meeting in heaven. All the demigods, they were all coming to attend the meeting. And in the entrance, there was an arch. Through that arch, they have to pass through, whoever comes. On top of the arch, there was a parrot. Then Yamadharmaraj came. He was just going through that arch, and he looked at that parrot, and he loudly laughed at that parrot. Then, after some time, Vishnumurti came on Garuda Vahana, and Lord went inside. Then Garuda was standing in the entrance, and this parrot approached Garuda. And the parrot said, "Oh, you are the king of birds. Please help me." So Garudmanta asked, "What happened?" Then he said, the parrot said, when Yamadharma was passing through this arch gate, he looked at me and he laughed at me. So something is going to happen to me. So please help me. So what way I should help you? Then he is right now in Swarga. You take me far away and leave me there so that I'll be protected from him. Then he said, "It's not a big thing. You sit on my shoulder." He took him to Brahmaloka and he left him there, that parrot, and he came back. After coming back, he was very curious to know why Yamadharmaraja looked at that parrot and laughed. Then he said, "What is the reason?" He approached Yamadharmaraja after the meeting. Then he asked, "What is the reason you looked at that parrot and you laughed?" Then he said, again he started laughing. "No, please tell me, I'm very curious." Then Yamadharmaraj said, "Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishtu." Lord, he says in Bhagavad Gita, as a witnesser, he is sitting in everybody's heart, and whatever Jiva is doing, he is noting down everything. He is noting down everything. Sometimes the karmic reactions, how it acts, it's surprising for me, how it acts. So you see, the parrot, 5 minutes back, it was sitting in Swargaloka. Whole lifetime it travels also, it cannot reach Brahmaloka. How within 5 minutes it can reach Brahmaloka? There, one big cat kills that parrot and eats it off. So how it can happen? I looked at that parrot and I just laughed. Then Garutmanta said, to save that parrot, I only took it to Brahmaloka and left him there and came back. So Yamadharmaraja said, you are the cause for that parrot's death. From this, we can understand karma is so strong. In the Lord's administration, whatever karma we do, we cannot escape. The best solution is take a good association and have good consciousness and do good activities and get good result and enjoy this life. So if you really want to enjoy this life, you should know all these things. Simply blindly, whatever comes to your mind, like animalistic tendency. For example, if one dog is eating, another dog attacks and it will grab that dog's foot. We human beings, we are not supposed to do that because we are humans. That is the reason in English it is said that human being is a rational animal. If that rationality is missing, then we become just animals. So bunch of animals, you cannot produce any peace in the society. Swami Prabhupada said, you keep 20, 30 dogs in a room and keep a big signboards. Silence please, love each other. It is of no use because dogs, you cannot make them keep quiet. They will bark and they will bite each other. So when people have animalistic tendency and demoniac nature, and you cannot produce any peace in the society, by the power of spirituality, by the association of spiritual sangha, so you should develop, you should give up all demoniac nature, you should give up all your animalistic tendency, and you should become a sadhu. By that you can establish the peace in the society. Peace in the society. And most of the people, they think spirituality is after 60, 70 years. No. According to Prahlad Maharaj, Kaumara acharate prajno. At the age of 5, you should adopt these spiritual principles. And then only you can see the peace and harmony in the society. Day by day we are seeing, here that rape incident happened, here that murder happened, here this accident happened, that happened, it happened. No, why? Because of people, they don't have proper direction. And they don't see this is one family. All the human beings, Vasudeva Kutumbam, this is one family. In one family, there may be differences. And they don't fight. They try to argue, at least solve it, because they think we are one family. So when you feel all the humanity is one family and Vasudeva Kutumbam, then there is peace. That is the reason Lord says, one knowledge can give peace in the society. Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavihastini Sunichaiva Sapake Cha Pandita Samadarshana. One who has true knowledge. What is the true knowledge? I am spirit soul. Everybody is spirit soul. How much I have got right to live? Everybody has got that right to live. So when you have this knowledge, then only the peace will be there in the society. Otherwise, peace will be pieces and nobody can be happy in this world. So this we should understand. And other thing is, try to serve others. Do something good for the society. Do something good for the people. Don't do harm. That will haunt you. That will come back to you. So do good for the society. Something, service to the society. Like, once upon a time in the history, after the Kurukshetra war, Dharmaraj, he wanted to conduct Ashwamedha Yajna. To conduct Ashwamedha Yajna, there is, you have to send a horse to different countries and, kingdoms. Then the soldiers will follow the horse. That kingdom king should welcome that horse and give some donation and send it. If he holds it, and there will be a fight. If the person who has sent the horse, if he is defeated, he is unqualified to conduct Ashwamedha. Then Dharmaraj, he sends a horse along with his 4 brothers, Bhima, Arjuna, and Nakula, and Sahadeva. And 4 of them, they just follow that horse. It finally goes to, the kingdom of Mayuradwaja. So when it enters Manipur, it is those days that is Manipur, and the king was Mayuradwaja. When it enters, he captures that horse, and there was a big fight between these Pandavas and only 4 brothers, Pandavas and the soldiers, and Mayuradwaja. And Mayuradwaja will he will defeat these Pandavas and he will arrest them. That news came to Dharmaraj. Then Dharmaraj approaches Krishna. Krishna says, Mayuradwaja is very powerful. We cannot use our might. We can use our intelligence. So they both disguise like Brahmanas, Krishna and Dharmaraj. This Mayuradwaja, every day morning he gives charity. So they go and stand in the queue. Finally, their turn will come. And Mayuradwaja is asking them, what do you want? Then Krishna, showing Dharmaraj, he says, we were traveling in a forest and his son was caught by a lion. Lion arrested his son and he requested to release. Then the lion said, if you bring right part of Mayuradwaja's body, I will release your son. So we want your right side of your body. Then who will cut into 2 pieces? So your son, Tamradwaja, has to cut you into 2 pieces and right side of your body we want. Then Mayuradwaja said, no problem. He called his son and he said, cut me into 2 pieces and give right part to these people. While doing that, Dharmaraj observed tears were coming from his eyes, Mayuradwaja's eyes. Then he said, Charity should be given with a happy mood, not with sorrow. So you're crying, I don't want this charity. Then Mayuradhwaja said, how you can say that I am sad? I'm very happy. No, tears are coming from your eyes. He said, which eyes? Left side, he said. From not right side, no. He said, no, from left side. Then Mayuradhwaja said, right part is used for the paropakara and left part, I don't know what sin it has done. It is not able to use in paropakara. That is the reason the left eye is crying. Not because I am giving charity, because I'm not, left side is not used in paropakara. That is the reason I am crying. Listening to that, Lord couldn't resist his disguise and he appeared in his real form to Mayuradhwaja and he said, I am very much pleased. What boon you want, you tell me. Then Mayuradhwaja said, I want always serve you and the people while living and after death also. Then Krishna said, after death, in front of my temple, there is a pillar that is called Dvajastamba. That pillar is you. When people come to have my darshan, first they should bow down to you, then enter into my temple. Then only their darshana will be purna, fulfilled. That is the boon I am giving you. So this holy place, India, was, such a great people were there. Great people were there. So they were, half part is used for paropakara. Another part is not used for paropakara. He's crying for that. He's crying for that. And another thing, positive thinking we should develop. Positive thinking. All of you know about Tukaram Baba. Tukaram, he was so sattvic, saintly person. He never would get anger. He would never get angered. Once one person, he, challenged another person. If you make Tukaram Baba angry, then I will give you 10,000 coins, gold coins. Then this guy went to Tukaram. He was sitting on a river bank and chanting the holy name of Lord. Then this guy, to make him angry, he spitted on his face. Then he just silently got up from there, went into the river and took bath and he came back. He came back and again he sat. And this guy, and again he spat on his face. Then again he got up and he went and took bath in Ganges and again came back. It happened like that 108 times, 108 times. Then this guy who was spat on his Tukaram, then he fell on his lotus feet and he said, please forgive me, I am a big offender. I offended you. Then Tukaram said, how can I repay your debt? That man was shocked. I offended you, what are you saying? Then Tukaram said, because you spitted on me on 108 times, you gave me an opportunity to take bath in Ganges 108 times. How I can repay your debt? So this is positive thinking. This is positive thinking. So nowadays, for small things, students, they commit suicide. No. Swami Prabhupada, he started his journey to spread this Krishna consciousness around the world at the age of 21. Up to 70 years, he was failure. At the age of 70, he became successful. All over the world, he convinced scientists, Nobel laureates, PhDs, everybody all over the world. It took for him, almost 50 years to achieve his goal. His determination was not shaken. His determination was not shaken. So maybe one failure, that is the stepping stone for your success. Positively you should think. You should never think that, because of one small failure or one small incident happened in my life, I should, give up my life, I should commit suicide. No, this is completely nonsense. No, you should never. You should never. So, like this, and the need of the hour for the society, what I feel is now, we should have a positive, thinking, and this satsanga, we should spread this. We should spread this satsanga. Like, once upon a time, you all know the Sikh Guru Nanak, he was traveling and preaching. and he went to a village. In that village, all the people were very good, very good. And after the pravachan, he said, this village should get ruined. Hmm. So then the disciples were shocked. These people are good, and he is giving the such a blessings. What is this? They couldn't understand. And they went to another village. There, everybody is bad people. Then Guru Nanak said after the speech, this village should prosper. Hmm. Then after that, in the night, these disciples, they couldn't understand, and they go to Guru Nanak. We are not able to understand the inner meaning of your blessings. The good people, that village, you said it should be ruined. And the bad people, you said that village should prosper. What is the secret behind it? Then Guru Nanak, he smiled and he said, when I blessed that village, good people, to ruin, so these people will go to different villages for their livelihood. Huh? So wherever they go, they will make that village good. That is the reason I said that good people's village should be ruined. And these bad people, if they go to some other village, then they will spoil everywhere. So that is the reason I said that village should be prosperous, so that they will not step into any other village and spoil that villages. So that is the secret behind my blessings, he said. So in the same way, the need of the hour, we need people who can spread good in the society. That is required. That is required actually. So because of that, the society, we can see peace and harmony. So that is required. That is the need of the hour. So another thing, last one story from Mahabharata. It's a very, very, message oriented. I will tell that story and I'll finish my speech. So once upon a time in Mahabharata, Bhima, he went to, meet Dharmaraj. He went to his palace. So he found that Dharmaraj is sleeping. Then he was waiting outside. One man, he came to the Dharmaraja's palace and he wanted to try to enter inside. Then Bhima is sitting there and he stopped him and he said, who are you? No, don't worry about who am I. So why you have come? Then he said, I saw a strange thing on the way. So I wanted to discuss about that with Dharmaraj. What is that? Tell me. Then he said, the fence is eating the crop. So what does it mean? Then Bhima said, anything about might, muscle power, you tell me. The intelligent thing I cannot tell, you go to my brother Dharmaraj. After 10 minutes, again he came. And he said, what happened now? Another strange thing I saw. What is it? Then he said, somebody took a big pot of water and they distributed into 5 small pots. And from those small 5 pots, again they poured into big pot and there was a gap. What does it mean? Then he said, I don't know, go to my brother. Then again after 10 minutes he came. What is now? Then he said, I saw another strange thing. What is it? Somebody is trying to push the elephant through a needle hole and elephant gone through, the tail got stuck. What is this nonsense? How elephant go through and how tail got stuck? Oh, that is what happened. Then he said, I don't know, go to my brother. And again he said, after 10 minutes again he came. What is now? Then he said, I saw a cow killing a calf and eating. Cow is a vegetarian. A sadhu animal. How it can happen? So that's what happening. What is the meaning of that? So I don't know. Go to my brother. Then finally he came again. So what is now? Then he said some people were traveling. They were going on a pilgrimage. Suddenly, a big boulder from a mountain fell on the street, the road, and blocked the road. And they tried to, remove it. They couldn't remove it. And one skinny bhakta came and he took just a thread from his dhoti and he tied it and pulled it and it fell apart and broke it into pieces. Then Bhima said, all these questions are crazy. You are thinking I am mad. If I hit you with my fist on your head, it will break into pieces. I don't know whether the stone broke or not. Your head will break into pieces. Get out from here. So that guy ran away. After some time, so Dharmaraj, he woke up and he came out and he saw the Bhima and he said, what made you to come here? So I was thinking of discussing something about the administration, and since you were sleeping, I was waiting outside. Then one guy came, then he asked me so many questions. What are those questions? He explained. Then Dharmaraj said, did you arrest him? Why? No, he is Kali Purusha. After our period, Kali Yuga is going to start. And what all the things are going to happen in Kali Yuga, that's what he explained in the form of those questions. So he was like a king, Bhima said. He was decorated himself like a king. And how he looks like, person, very ugly, kurupi, very ugly. So then Dharmaraja smilingly said, in Kali Yuga, they give a lot of importance for packing, not the product. So the person, he was very ugly and his dress was like a king. So they give a lot of importance for packing, not for the product. Then both of them just laughed and what are the answers for those questions? So he said, fencing is eating the crop means who are supposed to protect the law, they will break the law in Kali Yuga. That is the meaning of that. You see any department, anybody sincerely working now? Why the problems for this country? We are thinking only terrorists are our enemies and they're spoiling our economy or everything, disturbing our country, that anytime, any chance of attacks. Actually, inside the terrorists are there. They are the corrupt people who are weakening the country's prosperity. So that we are not seeing. The fencing is the eating the crop means that is the meaning. Tomorrow, I don't know, all of you in a very big stages. So protect this country, work for the prosperity of this country, peace of this country, harmony of this country, protect the people's interest. That is more important. The second thing is take a big full water of pot filled with water, and from that water you distribute into 5 small pots, and again when it pour back, there is some emptiness. So Dharmaraj, he says, one father will take care of 5 children. 5 children together cannot take care of one father in Kali Yuga. That is the problem. All of you should understand there are need of old age homes. If you go to those old age homes, they're all crying. Now I regularly go to give some lectures in old age homes also. They say, whole life we worked like donkeys, and we have given everything to our children. They are not able to give us meal. They have thrown into these old age homes. Here, these people, the organizers, they don't have love for us. They treat us like slaves, and they cry. One father take care of 5 children. 5 children cannot take care of one father. Once I was traveling all over state, both Telangana and Andhra, and I was conducting big seminars. Say no to bad habits, save the youth. That was the program's heading. So we were collecting 5,000 to 10,000 students in every town, and I was giving lectures and on morals and ethics. I used to tell this story and ask the children whether you take care of your parents. In Kadapa, one boy got up and he said, why would I would take care? My parents are not exemplary. They are not taking care of their parents. Why I should take care? Then I told him, Are Baba, I'll ask you a few questions. When you are small, who bathed you? Who took bath for you? Mother, he said. Who cooked for you? Mother. Who fed you? Mother. Who gave clothes? Mother. Why you would have taken care of yourself? Why you took service from your mother? He said, Swamiji, how it can be? I'm too small. I cannot do all these things. That is the reason I took from my mother. So The old age is like a childhood. Vruddhapyam balyam to samanam. So when they become old, when they cannot take care of themselves, when you are not able to take care of yourself, they have taken care of you. And when they are not able to take care of themselves, you are throwing them onto the streets. It is justice, you tell me? And tears were in his eyes. He said, I will take care of my parents. So one father will take care of 5 children. 5 children cannot take care of one father. And third thing, they were pushing elephant through a needle hole. Elephant gone through and tail got stuck. For this, Dharmaraj says, in Kali Yuga, big scams, nobody is doshi. So big scams will go away. They will find all petty cases in the police station. Small cases, they will file cases. All the big scams, they will go away. Once in Anantapur, there was a big public meeting. I was giving discourse. I told this story, and the police were there for bandobast. After the lecture, they came and they said, Swamiji, this elephant story is very nice. Then I said, why you are so much impressed on that story? Then they said, we are doing same thing. Big people, some case comes, some phone call comes, we leave them off, and in a small petty case we book. It's a very nice story. See, Shastra, yesterday also it's Satya, today also it's true, and tomorrow also it's true. 5,000 years back, Vyasa Bhagavan wrote all these stories in Mahabharata. Same exactly today it is happening. So Shastra means it's not some, imaginary stories. It is true, Satya. So the fourth one, mother cow killing the calf and eating. For that, Dharmaraj says, in Kali Yuga, even for the animals, children are very dear. They protect their children like anything. In Kali Yuga, mother only in the form of abortion, they kill the womb in the stomach only. And nowadays in America and Thailand, costliest and tastiest food, they're eating the fetus. The human beings have gone down to that low level that they are eating the fetus. So that's what in Mahabharata it is mentioned, cow killing the calf and eating. Cow killing the calf and eating. Mother only will kill the children in the womb, and they are eating now, they are making nice packing and selling it. See the situation. And we are born in this Dharma Bhumi, Karma Bhumi, and Veda Bhumi, and we are so fortunate. Chanakya says the prosperity of the country is a culture, not skyscraper buildings or technology, that this and all. That will not help us for our peaceful life. The really who can be peaceful when there is a great culture. So that is Indian culture. We should appreciate our culture. This is very great. Why these things are happening in Western society? Because, in our system, before marriage, there is a distance between men and women. You take the butter near to the fire, it will melt. So if they are close, then we are saying it's socialism. Socialism leads to sciencism, finally sorrowism. And whomever we are associating and roaming around, we are not guaranteed that we get married with that person only. So these anarthas will happen. Nowadays, you go to any civil court, after 1 month, after 2 months, after 3 months, just divorces. Ultimately, the human society, it has to be harmony, means the women have men's protection and men should have women's protection. Both should help each other, wife and husband. That vivaha vyavastha, that should be strong, means we should maintain the purity. If you have free life, then future will be very sorrowful. So in the end, last question he says, the pilgrims, they are going through a pilgrimage. Just one big boulder from a mountain fell on the road. It blocked the road. In good activity, there will be problems in society, Kali Yuga. Bad activities, lot of encouragement. Lot of encouragement. Regarding one thing I'll tell you, just before Ravanasura was dying, Then Ramachandra, he tells his brother Lakshmana, go to Ravanasura, even though he's a demon, he's a very good scholar, very experienced person. You just ask him essence of the knowledge to give it to you. We will use it and we will give it to the world. Then Lakshmana was not very much interested since his elder brother told him. He went to Ravana, he was lying on a ground and he just sat next to his head and he said, you rascal, you are that, you are this, you are such a horrible person. Anyway, you are a very knowledgeable person. Essence of knowledge, can you give it to me so that I will give it to my brother? Then Ravana, he did not speak anything. He just kept quiet. And Lakshmana came back and he said, he's such a ahankari, he did not give essence of the knowledge. Then, Rama said, how did you ask him? He said, how he asked. Then Rama said, this is not the way to acquire knowledge. I'll teach you. If somebody is giving knowledge, he is guru and we are disciples. So he goes to him and he places himself near the feet of Ravana and he holds his hands like this. Dhanavendra, please, you are such a great, experienced person. The essence of knowledge, can you give it to me so that I will use it for my life and I'll give it to the people? Then tears were in his eyes. I am such a offender. You are the Lord himself and you are the personification of dharma and you are such a humble person. You are sitting near my lotus feet, and you are begging for essence of knowledge. So I have no much time. I'll just say one thing. To do good things, people are not very much encouraged. To do bad things, people are very much encouraged. To steal Sita, I was very much encouraged. To give it back to you, I was not very much interested. That is the reason what happened to me and my family, you see. So please tell people, this is the essence of knowledge I understood. To do good things, tell them to get encouraged. So to do bad things, they should not be encouraged. So that is the essence of knowledge I understood. Please tell to the world. So I'm very thankful to you. I'm leaving my body. So when you want to do good, all obstacles. When you want to do bad, especially in Kali Yuga, all encouragement. So bad gives you bad life. Good gives you good life. So you choose yourself. If you want a good life, you should have good association, good guidance, so that your life will be very successful. So they were going through the pilgrimage, the boulder blocked, and he took a small thread from his dhoti and tied it and pulled it. It got broken. So that thread, it is mentioned in Bhagavatam, that is holy name of the Lord. When class teachers are there, students are very disciplined in the class. When parents are there, children are very disciplined in the house. When God is in our life will be very much disciplined. If you are disciplined, then your life will be very, very successful. Your life will be very successful. So if there is no discipline, you cannot become a disciple. So if there is no discipline, you cannot have a successful life. So there are government laws. If you break the government laws, government will punish us. In the same way, there are nature's laws, God's laws. If you break God's laws, you will be punished. So know the laws of nature through Bhagavad Gita and Bhagavatam, and transform yourself into bad to good and lead a good life and become successful in your life and have a wonderful golden life and enjoy. And in the end of the life, don't come back to this prison house, this material world. Go back to God and enjoy yourself. Hare Krishna. I hope I tried my level best to give you some whatever knowledge I have acquired through my gurus, and within this time period, I tried my best, and I wish you all the best and wonderful life. Hare Krishna.
Now we will have a Q&A session. If anyone has any queries, please raise your hand so that we can unmute you and you can ask the questions.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
Swamiji, I have one query.
Yeah.
In your talk, you have given one example.
Yeah.
Suppose food is given to a dog.
Hmm.
Okay, other
Hmm.
dog tries to snatch it, fight, snatch it.
Hmm.
Now, humans should not do like this.
Yeah.
Now, suppose think of a situation wherein food is scarce, Swamiji,
Yeah.
and food is given to a human.
Hmm.
And we know Darwin's theory, survival of the fittest. The other human tries to come and snatch it.
Yeah.
We have seen that in TV. We keep on seeing that here or some other countries. I don't want to name.
Yeah.
Now, who is at a fault at large? The society or the humans? Eh, the moral of the story is, if the society rectifies itself, the humans will anyhow it will change, the situation will change. Of course, what you said is one has to have moral virtues, ethics, ethos, and all those things. Now, who
Yeah.
is at fault, Swamiji, the society or the humans?
No,
Because
actually,
sometime ago, it's a Hindu report.
yeah.
Some 60 to 65% of our Indian population is not even getting 1,000 rupees per day.
Yeah.
So in that given situation, I mean, it just mixes up, Swamiji, our human values, human ethics, and to survive in the society.
Hmm.
So what is your take on this, Swamiji? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good question. Actually, the education system itself, we are on fault. The education previously, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. The beginning is dharma, the foundation, and what you are supposed to do, what you are not supposed to do. Whereas I given the example of dog, so if dog is eating, that is eating in the first. So animalistic tendency, they don't think, they don't know the dharma. So that is the reason might is right in the animalistic society. So they go and snatch it. Here, even though you have a might, there is a dharma. If you are educated in the sense of dharma, so first he is eating, I am not supposed to disturb him. So that knowledge gives us to restrain from our mental temptations. Hmm? So in our education, if dharma is also added, then both together we can become a proper human beings. The very meaning of rationality means vichakshana. Vichakshana means think. When you do something, whether I can do this or not, I should know do's and do nots. And if it is I can do, only I will do. If it is do not, I will not do it. That is called rationality. That rationality comes by knowledge. That knowledge is spiritual knowledge. So along with this material knowledge, if you have spiritual knowledge, then people will become a perfect human being. So when the perfect human beings are living in a society, there is no problem. I think that would answer your question.
No, little bit I beg to differ. Please don't mind, Swamiji. Actually, when somebody is hungry, empty stomach, first reaction is that dharma and whatever thing doesn't come. Actually, one has to, I mean, fulfill his whatever he feeling hungry and all. So, in some situation, what you said is 100% correct. Education should be there, and we have to follow certain ethics direction and all. But sometimes situation is as such that this thing is not being followed.
I'll
Okay,
answer
Swamiji,
your
thank you.
second. I'll answer your second this one also.
Yeah, yeah,
Why
yeah.
that needy man's no loss, they say. So why that needy situation has come? That fellow, because he went against the nature's laws. That is, if like one father is there. There are two sons. If one son is very good and listening to him, and whatever his father says, if he is following and all, father will provide everything. The other son, if he is not following his father and whatever money he gives is misusing and he is adopting all bad habits and all, then father tries to cut his pocket money, everything, because if he gives him money, he is using for bad things. In the same way, God also, why he is keeping somebody needy means this fellow is very cruel in mind, so he will do bad things. That is the reason he is put into that situation. So prevention is better than cure. So if you follow the dharma, there will not be a situation where you need things, you have to grab others. You will not be put into that situation if you follow dharma. If you make all the people to follow dharma, there will not be a situation arised in situation where you have to grab for your hunger. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, sir. It was undeniably an outstanding presentation. A single conversation across the table with a wise man is worth a month's study of books. Maybe this is correct when we have a speaker like Paravastu Sri Satya Gopinath Das Prabhu. Thank you, sir. Also, we would like to thank Rajeshwar Shyam Das Prabhu, who referred us today's eminent speaker. Thank you, sir.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope you were enlightened from the morning session. Have a sumptuous lunch and rejoin us at 1:20 sharp. Thank you.
गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् अजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् गणाधि सन्नुत पद पद्मकरम् गजेन्द्र पूजित विघ्नेश्वरम् गणाधि सन्नुत पद पद्मकरम् कुञ्जर भञ्जन चतुरतरकरम् कुञ्जर भञ्जन चतुरतरकरम् गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं कुञ्जर भञ्जन चतुरतरकरं गुरुगुहाग्रजं प्रणवाकारं गजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम् भजामि सततं सुरेश्वरं श्रीगजाननयुतं गणेश्वरम्
I now request A. Kartikeya to introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Sumita Roy, retired professor from Osmania University and a member of Ramakrishna Math.
Ramakrishna Math is a worldwide, non-political, non-sectarian spiritual organization which has engaged in various forms of humanitarian, social service activities for more than a century. Inspired by the ideals of renunciation and service, the monks and lay devotees of the Math and mission serve millions of men, women, and children without any distinction of status, caste, religion, or race, as they view the living God in them. The organization was brought into existence by Sri Ramakrishna, the great 19th century saint from Bengal, who is regarded as the prophet of the modern age, and Sri Ramakrishna's chief disciple, Swami Vivekananda, one of the foremost thinkers and religious leaders of the present age. Western scholar A.L. Basham regarded him as one of the main molders of the modern world. Although Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission are legally and financially separate, they are closely interrelated in several ways and are regarded in twin organizations. These twin organizations have set in motion a non-sectarian, universal spiritual movement which has been silently working for more than 100 years to catalyze the spiritual regeneration of humanity. The motto of the twin organization is Atmano Mokshartham Jagat Hitaya Cha, for one's own salvation and for the welfare of the world. It was formulated by Swami Vivekananda. Professor Sumita Roy from Ramakrishna Math is an academic educator associated with Osmania University. She serves as the director of the Center for International Programs and also the chairperson of the Board of Studies in the Department of English. With over 25 years of teaching experience at the university, she has significantly contributed to literary studies and research. Her research supervision guided 11 PhD and 12 MPhil scholars across diverse areas, including American, British, Canadian, comparative, Indian, and Anglo-Indian literature. She was recipient of Books on Books Award in 2006 from the Federation of Indian Publishers, New Delhi. She completed UGC-sponsored research projects on topics like Indian philosophic prose, co-edited numerous academic books. Her work exemplifies a blend of literary scholarship and dedication to advancing knowledge in English and comparative literature. A woman of letters, a renowned speaker, a prominent personality in the field of education, was inspired by the vision of Ramakrishna Math and became an ardent follower of true spiritual figures. With this brief introduction, I would like to hand over the session to Professor Sumita Roy. Ma'am.
Thank you, and my namaste to all of you who are here. It's indeed a great pleasure to have young minds talking about the Ramakrishna Math and the Ramakrishna Mission. The topic which I chose for this afternoon is Indian spiritual tradition for inculcating life skills in the 21st century. We have the only continuous living tradition in the world which is thousands of years old. We had great ancient traditions. If you go to Egypt, you can see we have read about Greece and Rome, but here there is continuity. For instance, if you look at the Rig Veda, it is considered to be a text which has no parallel at that time. So it is considered the ancient text. Now, I'm not talking about a text. I'm not talking about any specific thing, but I'm talking about a tradition, what we call Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana means ancient, and Dharma means doing what we should be doing. You know, Bhagavad Gita talks about Swadharma. Swadharma would imply, as a student, you need to study. You should not be engaged in other things. As a teacher, one needs to teach. When I was, 30 years in the university, finally I retired as the head of the department, I said, oh, I don't want to teach. Then I'm violating my dharma, my swadharma. So the term dharma and the term religion and the term spirituality are all different terms. Today, we have many people who talk about spirituality before religion, because religion is considered to be divisive. I'm not saying that it is divisive. People who really understand it will understand that religion is unifying, it is not divisive. That is what Sri Ramakrishna said. He said, as many religions are there, those are so many paths leading to the same goal. I was born into this tradition because in my family, for 3 generations from my grandfather onwards, all have been initiated by Ramakrishna Math. So you can say that from my birth, I'm into this tradition. Now, when we look at the ancient tradition, we find that in Sri Ramakrishna, we have a conglomeration of this. You heard the young boy who introduced Ramakrishna Math and Mission so beautifully talk about the academic aspect. We have a great biographer, Richard Schiffman, who has written about the life of Sri Ramakrishna. We have the great novelists like Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, who were very closely associated with the tradition. They all felt that Sri Ramakrishna brought in the essence of Sanatana Dharma together into one, point where all of us can understand. Because to read the Vedas or Upanishads, to read we Ramayana, Mahabharata, we read. Our Itihasa, we do read. But very few of us read the Upanishads or the Vedas. They have wonderful aspects which can be used today. You must remember that when we talk about religion, we talk about three important things. One is ritual. Ritual is, worship, visiting the temple, or any of those things. That is ritual. That is one part of religion. That is not the whole of religion. The other is the philosophy. Philosophy, what we believe, like Dvaita, Advaita, etc. Philosophy. That also we might not read up or we might not practice. The third is faith. Faith is belief in a system of values which you have. So faith is very important to religion, and faith is the cornerstone of spirituality. Now, what is spirituality? Spirituality is like the WWW, World Wide Web. It is a World Wide Web connecting all human beings. Not only connecting human beings of particular geographic or, caste or religion. It is connecting entire creation, a World Wide Web of connectivity. That is why in our tradition, we say, Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. We don't say only Hindus be Sukhi. We say Sarve Bhavantu. Everybody should be happy. Everything should be together. So that is exactly what we need to adapt today. Instead of making religion divisive, we should make spirituality unifying. This unifying, inclusive tradition is what we talk about when we are talking about the ancient spiritual tradition. If you read history, you will find that there had never been religious wars in the name of Hinduism. There have been no conquests anywhere. I recently visited Cambodia, which was 99% Hindu at one time. Then the Hindus were all removed. Today, there is not even 1%. The temples were broken, but that is a heritage site. The Angkor Wat, which was a Vishnu and Lakshmi temple, is a heritage site today. You can go and see the ruins. Of course, nature also plays a part in this. Nature, huge trees are growing and breaking. But then nature was a very important part of our religion. If you look at the Rig Vedic hymns, you will find many of them can talk about the environmental degradation which we have today and how to address that. Because today, environment, ecology, all these are very important. We are trying to protect by saying, climate change and global warming, all these we are trying to prevent. We are trying to protect nature. We are trying to allow the earth to live. So in the 21st century, can we use these texts? That is the thrust of my talk, where I would like all of you to participate in this. 30, 40 young boys and girls can start doing some research on this. In our country, the undergraduate students don't do research, unfortunately. You wait till your PhD. There was a time when somebody from America said, we will give some scholarship for undergraduate research in the research center in Osmania University. That is an international center. But I could not find, all over India, I could not find 4 students of undergraduate courses who were willing to do research. So today I'm telling all of you, Loyola is a wonderful college. I used to keep going to your campus in Hyderabad whenever there are selections and, whenever there were meetings of the governing body, etc. For long years, I have association with your fathers who are there also, you know, wonderful people. So when we talk about this, that how is the tradition which is thousands of years old relevant to us today? And then we come to the Ramakrishna tradition, which is a blueprint of the Sanatana Dharma tradition. Because as you heard in the introduction, they are not trying to have a group of their own. Christmas is as much celebrated in the Ramakrishna Mutt temple. If you go to the Hyderabad temple, you will find 24th evening, 24th December is coming. We have beautiful carol singing. We have, distribution of cake as prasad, not the prasad which is usually given. So we try to integrate all this. Sri Ramakrishna stopped going to the Kali temple when he was practicing Islam. He took initiation from the Sufi Islam tradition. He used to wear their dress and behave exactly like that. If you look at his caste from the Indian casteist tradition, he was a Brahmin. But Vivekananda belonged to a much, much lower caste. But Vivekananda was his foremost disciple. So caste, religion, all these barriers are separating people. Spiritual tradition is a unifying tradition. It is an inclusive tradition. That is what was done by Swami Vivekananda. Vivekananda went to Chicago and he spoke for about 400 words, maybe, the first speech, where he says that we do not talk about religious toleration, we talk about religious acceptance. He says, I represent a religion which is the mother of religions. Now, why mother? Many people objected by saying, recently, maybe 2 years back, some big article came. Why mother of religion? How mother of religion? You see how many religious traditions came into India from the main religion. These are branches of the religion. They took form in this religion. So, Swamiji was not trying to say that this is the greatest religion. He was just trying to say that the quality of this religion is inclusivism. Now, today, the world is in such great conflict. Everybody is fighting with everybody. There is a threat of a third world war, and the nuclear weapons are just waiting to be used. At this time, what we require is this unifying thought process. We want to talk about peace and we want to talk about a stress-free life, a life where everybody has plenty, but nobody has excess. Too much. This is what our tradition says. We have gunas, the tamasic, which is, you don't want to wake up early in the morning. Then what are you? You are tamasic. Once you wake up, you work very hard. One of your students, Nandana, was in touch with me. All the time active, doing everything on time. So she's Rajasic, next level. Full of activity, good activity, helpful activity. And then you come to Sattvic. That is, you help others. You do things without expecting anything in return. That is what Bhagavad Gita says, that do a lot of work, but don't do anything for your own benefit. If somebody gives you a gift, don't expect a gift immediately back. Don't even expect thank you. Vivekananda says, if somebody allows you to help them, you should thank them rather than expecting them to thank you. Because you must remember that by allowing you to help that person is doing you a favor. So if you go to Ramakrishna Mission, you will find that they look after the people who have illnesses in their various hospitals all over India, calling them Rogi Narayan. They call the diseased person is God. You are serving God when you are a doctor or a nurse. That means that you are doing Swadharma. You heard the motto, Atmano Mokshartham Jagat Hitaya Cha. If you want to benefit yourself, if you want to redeem yourself, then what you need to do? You need to do good for the world. On any festival day, if you go, you will find they feed thousands. Hyderabad Ramakrishna Math, you find every afternoon at least 300 people are given free food. That is sponsored by all disciples, devotees, people who can afford to give that much money. So what do they call? They say Daridra Narayana, not a poor person, but Narayana, God in the form of the poor person who comes and allows you to spend your wealth on them. In this way, what we get is balance and maturity. We get a service orientation that if we are working, we are not working to earn a huge salary and live in a 10-bedroom house. We are working to lead a normal, decent life and give extra to somebody else. It is not hoarding which we want, it is recycling in society. So these are all important life skills which you come to know when you read this tradition. There were many Swamis who were the brother disciples of Swami Vivekananda. Swami Vivekananda, when he wanted to start this organization, he went to Chicago, he spoke, then he stayed in America, he went to England and he spoke because he wanted to bring back some money for the people of India. He said that somebody gave him a good dinner. They gave him a wonderful bed to sleep on. He cried the whole night and he sat on the floor. He said, how can I eat or how can I sleep when my countrymen are going without food? For the first time, his 1893 speech, surprisingly, on 11th September, the same day on which 108 years later, the Twin Towers were blown. So you can see 108 is a very important number. Had they listened to what the Chicago Parliament was talking about, unification, then such a devastating experience would not have come to the world. Therefore, when we are talking in terms of serving others, Vivekananda comes back with that money and he says, I will start an organization in the name of my guru. People say that Vivekananda was the public relations officer of Ramakrishna because Ramakrishna was a village boy. He lived all his life inside a temple. He never went and gave lectures anywhere. It was great speakers like Keshav Chandra Sen, who was a Brahmo leader, who used to speak regularly in UK, in England, and speak in Kolkata all the time, all over India he would speak. He was the first one to mention that there is a priest in Dakshineshwar Kali temple. He is a realized soul. So Vivekananda said, I will establish an organization in his name. That is how on 1st May, the organization started once Swamiji came back, and many people objected to this. Now we have, a very important skill is conflict resolution. These skills are all teachable through Sanatana Dharma. If you look at the Dharma, you will find that there are lessons for everything. Conflict resolution, Bhagavad Gita. This young man goes into the middle of the battlefield and says, oh, I cannot fight. These are all my cousins, my teachers, etc. Then what does Krishna say? He says, that is your dharma. Fighting and killing them is your dharma. You can't choose. because before you kill them, they have already been killed, because birth implies death. So the lesson which is given is conflict, internal conflict resolution. Now, Vivekananda was doing external conflict resolution. He tried to convince everybody. If you read his complete works or if you read his biography, you will find he says that there was only one person who believed me completely in this, and that was my Guru Mata, Sharada Devi. Again, village woman, unlettered, but she was such a powerful leader. If you are teaching leadership in class, you can give wonderful examples from this. Lot of leadership lessons are there in all this. So you can see that every skill which we require, every value which we require can be learned from the tradition. It's a huge tradition. During the 25 years, now the tradition has completed. They're celebrating 125 years. I could speak in various locations. I was invited to speak by all the Swamis, and I enjoyed speaking because that gave me an opportunity to improve myself. My own skills got improved. Many people came to help Vivekananda in his work. There was a J.J. Goodwin, an Englishman, who left his job, and without any salary, he said, I will write down whatever, he knew shorthand. I will write down whatever you speak. Till his death, he lived with Vivekananda and wrote down every word. That is why today we have the book Complete Works. Similarly, when Sri Ramakrishna was speaking, just about 4 years, there was a teacher, a headmaster. He calls himself as M. He wrote the words of the master, and that is the Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna in English, Kathamrita in Bengali, translated into all the languages, including many foreign languages. And here, the people who have written about this are mostly scholars from abroad. So it has gone everywhere. If you go to the West, you will find Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission have a name, Vedanta Center. Vedanta means Upanishads. So their name is Vedanta Center. And the first Vedanta Center in New York was started by Swamiji himself. In most of the places, there is a temple for worship. But then, this is an inclusive tradition. So they said that, we should also have the non-dualistic, non-ritualistic religion. So Swami Vivekananda wanted this in the Himalayas. People used to do meditation in the Himalayas, leaving the world. But who will give him money? There was a British couple, Captain Seviers and Mrs. Seviers. They sold all their property in England. They came and bought some property in the Himalayas. There is a beautiful ashram there in the heart of the Himalayas. It is called Advaita Ashram. And this place is called Mayavati. You can see 125 kilometers of snow mountains from that ashram. No worship is there. Even if you meet a Swamiji there, you cannot do namaste or you cannot touch their feet, because all of us are equal. What is there in me is there in you. That divine, that Brahman, that God, that soul or spirit. Scientists call it energy. That energy which is within me is an energy within all of you, every created being. When the water is flowing in a river, it has energy. When the tree is green in color, it has energy. So every created being has this soul, this spirit. And that is what is spirituality. That is what is the Advaita. which you have in this Advaita Ashram centers, where you don't have ritualistic worship. All other places you have bhajan singing, you have puja, you have homa, all the things which are associated with religion, they are done. But it is not exclusive. We do not say that, only these people are allowed, only these are not allowed. Nothing like that ever happens in these centers. So this was the idea of Swami Vivekananda. The greatest help for Swami Vivekananda was an Irish educationist, Margaret Noble. Margaret Noble gave up her life and came here. Swamiji said, don't come. It's a very difficult country. You live in a cold country. You can't live here. But look at motivation. Motivation is a powerful life skill. All of us need it all the time. You have example of motivation. She came. She lived here till she died. They all died at very young age. Swami Vivekananda did not live to see his 40th year. Sister Nivedita also died in her 40s. Her name became Sister Nivedita. She got brahmacharya, she got the vows from them. But she was an all-rounder. She would travel all over the world to give lectures, to collect money. Because Vivekananda told her that you should take up the education of the women of India. In the 19th century, most Indian women had no education. There were few enlightened souls, especially in Brahmo Samaj, where education was there. But that was very, very small percentage. So Nivedita came, she established a school which was inaugurated by Sharada Devi, the Holy Mother, and the school is still there. Today it is called Sister Nivedita School. And young girls are studying there up to 10th or 12th classes, and it is one of the best schools possible. So you find that Nivedita not only gave education to women, but she gave a lot of encouragement to scientists. Jagdish Chandra Bose, great scientist, was encouraged by her. Great philosopher Anand Kumar Swami was encouraged by her. Great artist Nandalal Bose was encouraged by her. She was an all-rounder. She would give them all help. Since she was from UK, the British rulers thought she would be on their side. First, when she came, she sympathized with the Britishers. But later she realized that many of the British officers were very cruel. So she taught people courage. She said that you have to be courageous. She helped the political leaders of the time, Sri Aurobindo and others, Aurobindo Ghosh at that time. When she had to help the political leaders, she had to dissociate formally from Ramakrishna Math, because Vivekananda said that political activity should not hamper our spiritual and social activity. In the recent elections, I was told that one Swamiji of Ramakrishna Math was asked to be the chief minister face. They just laughed in West Bengal, of course, not in our state, but in West Bengal, where the headquarters are. Then the organization laughed and they said, no, we have nothing to do with politics. We follow the rules which were laid down by our leader, and that is Vivekananda. So when you look at this continuous tradition, 125 years, what do you find there? If you visit any center, they also have a women's center. Of course, Hyderabad does not have one, but they are there in many parts of India and in different parts of the world. That is called Sharada Math and Ramakrishna Sharada Mission, fully run by women. Because again, today we have lot of, gender equality, gender inclusiveness, all these things. So that Gender equality is there right from our Vedic times. We have Vedic seers who were women who used to devote themselves to composing these Vedas also, the Vedic hymns. So from the tradition, thousands of years old tradition, we have this. And Vivekananda himself said that before we start a men's organization, we must start a women's organization. We must have a mutt and mission for women. Unfortunately, in his lifetime, this was not possible. Almost 50 years after he passed away, the women's organization came into force. And today, it has centers all over. Again, I'm very closely associated with all of them. I'm in Kolkata now. I have to speak in their centers, also in Ramakrishna Mutt centers here in Kolkata. I'm not in Hyderabad at present. So you can imagine how the gender roles, the gender responsibility, not treating men as superior and women as inferior, or women as excellent and men as criminals. These kind of things we are seeing more and more today. These psychological dimensions are sorted out by the tradition which we have inculcated. But then you must remember that the psychological dimension was very active right from the beginning of our thousands of years old tradition. Because we have to remember that Western psychology or psychiatry is just about 300, maybe, from starting from Freud, close to 300, 250, 75 years old. Ours is thousands of years old. You want to read about consciousness, you go to Mandukya Upanishad. Mandukya Upanishad gives you such a powerful dimension of consciousness, the various states of sleep and waking, and then the highest state of consciousness, which is called Turiya. This concept, has to come to the whole world, that our mind is everything. So we have to have a mind which we can manage. Our scriptures tell us that the mind is like a monkey. Now you see how the mind is. You might be listening to somebody, but the mind has gone home or it has gone somewhere else. The mind doesn't need an auto or doesn't need a car, bus to go anywhere. We have to have a close hold over our mind. This technique is the mind management technique, just like stress management and change management and time management. Similarly, we have what is called as mind management. Now, this is very, very important. Sri Ramakrishna says, your mind is like a brass pot. Pot made of brass. If it is gold, it is always shining. You don't have to do anything. But if it is brass, you can polish it every day. It shines like gold. But if you don't polish it every day, then what happens? It becomes black. It becomes oxidized. Those of you who are science students will know. Of course, I'm only a professor of English, not science. But we know that, brass doesn't remain bright and shining. So why does he say it's a brass pot? Because every day you have to do self-assessment. Every day you have to analyze and see, is it right or is it wrong? This dialogue form, goes on inside. The body itself is divided, from the Annamaya Kosha, that is our physical body, what we have, which is constantly demanding food, which is growing because of food. And then you have Anandamaya Kosha, the blissful. It is that blissful, that level of consciousness which we are looking for. All of us experience it. Suppose you suddenly find out that you stood first in the college or you stood first in the state. For that one moment, you experience great joy. You cannot hear anybody. If somebody calls you, you cannot hear, because your level of mind has reached that, highest consciousness level. But we cannot hold on to it. Unfortunately, what happens is that we lose that in 1 second or two. So what do? We have to do meditation. These days, meditation need not only be, chanting a mantra. All of us have taken mantra diksha from Ramakrishna Math. All of you can also take if you're interested, because Bhavani Madam was keen that all of you can get into it. But there are many things happening in Ramakrishna Math, Hyderabad. All of you can participate as volunteers. All of you can participate in the programs that are happening. Today, I think 14th, they have a huge youth program. Of course, all of you are here, so I don't know if anybody has gone there, but thousands will come. That's no problem at all. So when we do these things, when we try to concentrate our mind, when we try to hold all our focal point, then great results come. The mind becomes capable of anything and everything. That is what Vivekananda says. He says, strength is life, weakness is death. Anything that makes you weak, reject as poison. This is what is the words of this great youngster. He was very young when he was speaking like this, but he was exceptional. But he himself says that all of you are like Vivekananda. Don't think that I'm exceptional. I'm just one of you. Teaches us humility, teaches us egolessness. These are all very important life skills. Every aspect of the tradition teaches you life skill, and every aspect of the tradition finds a reflection in the ancient Indian spiritual tradition. We have the 11th day of the moon that is called Ekadashi. Ekadashi is supposed to be very holy. 11 number is supposed to be very pure. It is very divine number. Then on Ekadashi day, if you go to any center, you will find they have the chanting of Ram Nam Sankirtan. Ram Nam is done, 108 verses, and then Hanuman Stuti is done. What we learn from Hanuman, that he is the greatest warrior, he's a great, bravest man, but he's also the humblest follower. He says that I am nobody. I can do anything by the order of my God, and that is Sri Ram. Many people criticize the behavior of Ram, but you learn relationship skills when you read the Ramayana. When you see the Ramayana, you find so many relationship skills. Short stories are there, these are called inlet stories in the Mahabharata. You read those, each of them teaches a value. So real spirituality is value orientation. Real spirituality is living efficiently. That is what Bhagavad Gita says. Bhagavad Gita says that yoga is, good efficiency in action. Yoga means union with God. What is union with God? Union with God is every minute you execute a successful work. Whatever work you have undertaken, you execute it successfully. You complete it to full satisfaction of yours and others. That moment you are closest to God. So we are not searching for God who's far away. God is there within each one. And that is why again and again Vivekananda says, Amritasya putraha. All of you are children of immortality. children of immortality, never dying, because spiritual tradition teaches us that the spirit is never to be destroyed. You know, the Atma is forever, it doesn't burn, it doesn't get destroyed. Famous poet Emerson, American poet, wrote about this. He took the idea from the Bhagavad Gita and wrote it. Similarly, T.S. Eliot, American born British poet, wrote about this in The Wasteland. Great poem about the First World War. He ends it by Brihadaranyaka Upanishad's Da Datta Dayadvam Damyata. Three values, very significant values. So you can see how the tradition is a global tradition, but people who are practicing the tradition might be doing something which might be negative. Vivekananda used to call it no touchism. You know, don't touch this. This is superstition. This is wrong. This is right. He said such a thing is not there. When you are the child of immortality, he says, it is a great sin to call yourself sinners. How can you be sinners? You are the personification of purity. Only the purity is hidden within you. You have to manifest that purity. How do you manifest that purity? By every minute telling yourself. That is called autosuggestion. You know, you say that I'm good, I'm pure, I'm always going to do what is good. That is self-transformation. So these are some of the skills I wanted to talk to you about. And time is very short. If anybody has any questions, I thought I'll give a lot of time for questions, but I think we have about 10 minutes for questions. If anybody has anything, you please feel free to ask. I hope what I have said made some sense to you. I enjoyed talking, but I don't know whether you enjoyed listening. Thank you and namaste.
If anyone has any questions, kindly raise your hand so that we can unmute you.
No questions? You know, there are only two situations where there are no questions. One is you haven't understood anything. The other is you have understood everything. So I don't know which of them I should take.
Madam, undoubtedly, we understood everything. This is Bhavani. Okay.
Yes.
And so nice. This is only, what is that, the preliminary. Even we wish we take all our students to RK Mutt, Hyderabad, Vivekananda Institute of Human Excellence. Thank you
Please
so
do.
much for accepting our invitation and being the resource person. Thank you so very much, madam.
Yeah, it was, you must thank Swami Bodhamanandaji, who's the Adhyaksh. I know
Adhyaksha Maharaj.
Bodhamanandaji for the last 40-45 years. So whenever such a thing comes, he sends me. He said, Maharaj, what
Yes,
will I do?
madam.
He says, no, you have to go. Now I'm in
Thank you so
Kolkata
much.
because there are programs at Belur Math and Sharda Math and all. I will do those and I will return in February only. So Maharaj is giving me online work.
We'll meet you. We'll meet you, madam. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yes, yes.
One
So
day after you come back to Hyderabad, definitely we want you to visit our campus once again. Thank you, madam.
I'm too old now. Anyway, for those of you who want to learn English, I will, with Dr. Bhavani and with Nandana, I will share. I just started a YouTube channel because thousands of students were asking, millions were asking. So please share with your students. They can
Sure.
learn English. Today I was using slightly higher vocabulary because spirituality. I don't know whether that was difficult or not. I must apologize to all of you if I, said something which is difficult to understand. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bhavani. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I suppose I'm
Thank
seeing
you.
Nandana on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you,
madam.
Nandana. Good
Thank you.
girl. She's
Thank-
really got all the skills which are necessary. God
Thank
bless
you,
you,
ma'am.
child.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
May I
you,
leave
ma'am.
now? Should I leave or anything else is left?
Just a
Namaste,
small
madam.
thank you note, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Your madam has given already, thank you.
Just a formal thank you note, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. I'm affirmative that your words will serve as a motivation to embrace spirituality in us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks to all the participants. I hope all of you will become excellent human beings. Thank you.
Very nice, Nandana. Excellent. Thank you so much. The whole team, NEPCA.
Thank you, ma'am.
स्थापकाय च धर्मस्य सर्वधर्मस्वरूपिणे अवतारवरिष्ठाय रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते सम्प्राप्ते सन्निहिते काले सम्प्राप्ते सन्निहिते काले नहि नहि रक्षति दुःखकरणे नहि नहि रक्षति दुःखकरणे भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते मूढजहि धनागमतृष्णा मूढजहि धनागमतृष्णा कुरु सद्बुद्धिं मनसि वितृष्णा कुरु सद्बुद्धिं मनसि वितृष्णा यल्लभसे निज कर्मोपातं यल्लभसे निज कर्मोपातं वित्तं तेन विनोदय चित्तं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते यावत्पितोपार्जनशक्तः तावत् निज परिवारो रतः यावत्पितोपार्जनशक्तः तावत् निज परिवारो रतः पश्चाज्जीवति जर्जरदेहे पश्चाज्जीवति जर्जरदेहे वार्तां कोऽपि न पृच्छति गेहे वार्तां कोऽपि न पृच्छति गेहे भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते मा कुरु धन जन यौवन गर्वं हरति निमेषात् काल सर्वं मा कुरु धन जन यौवन गर्वं हरति निमेषात् काल सर्वं मायामयमिदम् अखिलं हित्वा मायामयमिदम् अखिलं हित्वा ब्रह्मपदं त्वं प्रविश विदित्वा ब्रह्मपदं त्वं प्रविश विदित्वा भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते सुरमन्दिरतरु मूलनिवासः शय्याभूतलम् अजिनं वासः सुरमन्दिरतरु मूलनिवासः शय्याभूतलम् अजिनं वासः सर्वपरिग्रह भोगत्यागः सर्वपरिग्रह भोगत्यागः कस्य सुखं न करोति विरागः कस्य सुखं न करोति विरागः भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते भगवद्गीता किञ्चिदधीता भगवद्गीता किञ्चिदधीता गङ्गाजललव कणिका पीता भगवद्गीता किञ्चिदधीता गङ्गाजललव कणिका पीता सकृदपि येन मुरारी सकृदपि येन मुरारी समर्च सकृदपि येन मुरारी समर्च क्रियते तस्य यमेन न चर्चा क्रियते तस्य यमेन न चर्चा भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते पुनरपि जननं पुनरपि जननं पुनरपि मरणं पुनरपि जननं पुनरपि मरणं पुनरपि जननी जठरे शयनं पुनरपि जननी जठरे शयनम् इह संसारे बहु दुस्तारे इह संसारे बहु दुस्तारे कृपया पारे पाहि मुरारे कृपया पारे पाहि मुरारे भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते गेयं गीता नाम सहस्रं ध्येयं श्रीपति रूपमजस्रं गेयं गीता नाम सहस्रं ध्येयं श्रीपति रूपमजस्रं नेयं सज्जन संगे चित्तं नेयं सज्जन संगे चित्तं देयं दीनजनाय च वीतं देयं दीनजनाय च वीतं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज भावय नित्यं नास्ति तत् सुखलेश सत्यम् अर्थमनर्थं भावय नित्यं नास्ति तत् सुखलेश सत्यम् पुत्रादपि धनभाजं भीतिः पुत्रादपि धनभाजं भीतिः सर्वत्रैषा विहिता रीतिः सर्वत्रैषा विहिता रीतिः भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते गुरुचरणाम्बुज निर्भर भक्तः संसार चिराद्भवमुक्तः गुरुचरणाम्बुज निर्भर भक्तः संसार चिराद्भवमुक्तः सेन्द्रियमानस नियमादेवं सेन्द्रियमानस नियमादेवं द्रक्ष्यसि निज हृदयस्थं देवं द्रक्ष्यसि निज हृदयस्थं देवं भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते भज गोविन्दं भज गोविन्दं गोविन्दं भज मूढमते
Now we will be having a video on the famous pilgrimage Badrinath.
के लिए भगवान श्री कृष्ण जी के कहने से पहले यमुनोत्री गंगोत्री धाम केदारनाथ धाम में जाके देवती देव महादेव के दर्शन किए। केदारनाथ के बाद पंचपांडव मद महेश्वर तुंगनाथ रुद्रनाथ कल्पनाथ महादेव के दर्शन करके भगवान श्री विष्णु नारायण बद्री विशाल के दर्शन करके सभी प्रकार पापों से मुक्त हुए। हर साल अप्रैल टू अक्टूबर देश और विदेश से हजार हजार लाखों लाखों श्रद्धालु अपने जीवन काल में पापों से मुक्त होने के लिए और अपने पूर्वजों के पापों से मुक्त होने के लिए उत्तराखंड के 4 धाम के साथ 5 केदार की यात्रा करके उत्तराखंड के चमोली डिस्ट्रिक्ट समुंदर से लगभग 10,200 फीट ऊंचाई पे स्थित नारायण पर्वत में बद्री विशाल बद्री नारायण के दर्शन करके सभी प्रकार पापों से मुक्त होने का कोशिश करते हैं।
बद्री विशाल के बद्री विशाल के बद्री विशाल के
उत्तराखंड के 4 धाम यमुनोत्री गंगोत्री केदारनाथ धाम के बाद आज हम एक्सप्लोर करेंगे बद्रीनाथ धाम। बद्रीनाथ धाम ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फैसिलिटी, फूडिंग फैसिलिटी, बजट स्टे ऑप्शन। 4 धाम के अंदर केदारनाथ धाम से आप कैसे बद्रीनाथ धाम के सफर करोगे, आपका कितना खर्चा होगा। बद्रीनाथ धाम के बाद आसपास में जितना भी टूरिस्ट प्लेसेस है, जितना भी प्लेसेस है जैसे मानागांव, भीमपुल, वसुधरा फॉल, चरण पादुका, जितना भी प्लेस है मैं एक के बाद एक एक्सप्लोर करूंगा। #4धाम यात्रा, #बद्रीनाथ धाम। चलिए ये वर्चुअल टूर की शुरुआत करते हैं। मैं हूं आपका फ्रेंड सौरभ राज और आप देख रहे हो राइट राइडर्स। वीडियो अगर अच्छा लगे तो लाइक, कमेंट, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब आप जरूर करें। नियरेस्ट रेलवे स्टेशन हरिद्वार से बद्रीनाथ की दूरी लगभग 310 किलोमीटर। हरिद्वार रेलवे स्टेशन के बाहर नॉन गवर्नमेंट बस स्टैंड से सुबह के 4 बजे से 9 बजे के अंदर जसीमठ होकर बद्रीनाथ जाने के लिए आपको डायरेक्ट बस मिल सकता है। बस स्टैंड टिकट काउंटर से आप चाहे तो बस का टिकट एडवांस में बुक कर सकते हैं। हरिद्वार टैक्सी स्टैंड से प्रतिदिन के हिसाब से 4000 रुपए दे के 4 सीटर बुलेरो कार बुक करके आप बद्रीनाथ धाम के साथ 4 धाम की यात्रा कर सकते हैं। हम 4 धाम में पहले हरिद्वार से यमुनोत्री, गंगोत्री धाम, केदारनाथ धाम, त्रिजुगी नारायण, तुंगनाथ दर्शन करके डे 13 मॉर्निंग 6 AM ऊखीमठ से शेयरिंग कार में पर पर्सन 200 रुपए दे के सुबह के 10 बजे हम पहुंचे अलकनंदा मंदाकिनी नदी के मिलन स्थल रुद्रप्रयाग। गुड मॉर्निंग, अभी टाइम है मॉर्निंग 10 AM। ऊखीमठ से हम लोग अभी पहुंचे रुद्रप्रयाग। रुद्रप्रयाग आके इधर से हमें अभी गाड़ी मिल गया है, शेयरिंग गाड़ी मिल गया है। डायरेक्ट जोशीमठ होके बद्रीनाथ के लिए चार्जेस लगेगा पर पर्सन 800 करके। रुद्रप्रयाग से आप चाहे तो बस द्वारा जा सकते हैं। बस में चार्जेस लगेगा पर पर्सन 300 करके, लेकिन बस में सीट मिलना मुश्किल है। सुबह के 10:30 बजे रुद्रप्रयाग से हमारे जर्नी की शुरुआत हुआ। आज हमें जाना है रुद्रप्रयाग से 150 किलोमीटर दूर भगवान श्री विष्णु के पूजा स्थल बद्रीनाथ धाम। तुंगनाथ केदारनाथ से हम मंदाकिनी नदी के साथ रुद्रप्रयाग तक पहुंचे थे, लेकिन रुद्रप्रयाग से अब हमें अलकनंदा नदी के साथ बद्रीनाथ तक जाना है। से आगे आके गोचर से पहले इधर रजिस्ट्रेशन चेक हो रहा है। बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन के आप 4 धाम यात्रा पे ना आए। रजिस्ट्रेशन आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा और उसके साथ आप जो गाड़ी में ट्रैवल कर रहे हो वो गाड़ी का ड्राइवर का नेम और गाड़ी का नंबर भी चाहिए। अगर आपके पास रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा तो आगे जाने नहीं देगा। आप जो गाड़ी में आओगे वो गाड़ी को ही वापस भेज देगा, इसलिए आप बिना रजिस्ट्रेशन के 4 धाम यात्रा पे ना आए। मॉर्निंग 11:40 हम पहुँचे रुद्रप्रयाग से 32 किलोमीटर दूर कर्णप्रयाग। यहाँ पे पिंडर नदी अलकनंदा नदी में आके मिलती है। छोटे छोटे गांव, शहर, खूबसूरत पहाड़, पर्वत क्रॉस करके दोपहर के 1:50 हम एलेन बोल के एक गांव में रुके। रुद्रप्रयाग से एलेन की दूरी 99 किलोमीटर। अभी टाइम है 1:50। बद्रीनाथ से 57 किलोमीटर पहले अभी हम एलेन बोल के एक प्लेस में रुके हैं। बहुत ही खूबसूरत है प्लेस, देखिए चारों साइड हिल्स से घिरा, बहुत ही खूबसूरत प्लेस है। यहाँ पे अभी हम लंच करेंगे, लंच करने के बाद आगे यात्रा कंटिन्यू करेंगे। यहाँ पे अगर आप भेज थाली लोगे, भेज थाली का प्राइस है 150, लेकिन हम इधर ऑर्डर किए दाल चावल। दाल चावल का प्राइस है 80 रुपीज़। और दाल चावल में आपको दाल चावल, एक सब्जी, सलाद और नींबू मिलेगा। दोपहर के भोजन के बाद हमने फिर से यात्रा शुरू की। एलेन गांव से जोशीमठ की दूरी 13 किलोमीटर। हमें जोशीमठ के पहाड़ को पार करके बद्रीनाथ पहुंचना है। हरिद्वार हाइट समुंदर से लगभग 1100 फीट, जोशीमठ हाइट लगभग 6150 फीट और बद्रीनाथ हाइट 10170 फीट। अब हम धीरे धीरे पहाड़ के और ऊपर चढ़ेंगे। जोशीमठ से बद्रीनाथ के बीच रास्ते में लैंडस्लाइडिंग होते हैं। अगर रास्ते में लैंडस्लाइडिंग हो जाए तो यात्रियों को जोशीमठ में रोक दिया जाता है। अभी टाइम है 2:09। अभी हम पहुंचे जोशीमठ। जोशीमठ से बद्रीनाथ का डिस्टेंस है 46 किलोमीटर और भी 1-2 घंटा टाइम लगेगा। और अभी हम जो रास्ते से जा रहे हैं, रास्ते का लेफ्ट हैंड साइड से आप देख सकते हो बहुत ही खूबसूरत हाथी पहाड़, और ये हाथी पहाड़ के नीचे है बद्रीनाथ भगवान के शीतकालीन निवास स्थल। हरिद्वार या ऋषिकेश से बद्रीनाथ के लिए अगर आपको डायरेक्ट बसेस ना मिले तो आपको जोशीमठ के लिए बसेस मिल जाएगा। जोशीमठ से बद्रीनाथ के बीच में शेयरिंग गाड़ी चलते हैं। अब चाहे तो एक रात जोशीमठ में रुक के सुबह शेयरिंग कैब में बद्रीनाथ भगवान के दर्शन के लिए बद्रीनाथ जा सकते हो। बद्रीनाथ में रुकने के लिए रात को होटल प्राइस महंगा होता है। आपको बजट स्टे ऑप्शन जोशीमठ में मिल जाएगा। जोशीमठ से बद्रीनाथ शेयरिंग कैब में चार्जेस लगते हैं पर पर्सन 200 रुपीज़। अब हम जसीमठ के पहाड़ों से उतरेंगे और नीचे अलकनंदा नदी को क्रॉस करेंगे। ये है अलकनंदा नदी के ऊपर विष्णुप्रयाग ब्रिज। ब्रिज के लेफ्ट हैंड साइड 1 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस पे है 400 मेगावाट विष्णुप्रयाग हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट। यहाँ से बद्रीनाथ की दूरी लगभग 35 किलोमीटर। हरिद्वार से जसीमठ तक आपको ठंड के एहसास नहीं होगा, लेकिन जसीमठ विष्णुप्रयाग क्रॉस करने के बाद आपको ठंड लगेगा, इसीलिए आप अपने साथ गर्म कपड़े लेकर आए। जसीमठ से 9 किलोमीटर दूरी पे है विष्णुप्रयाग संगम। यहाँ पे अलकनंदा नदी में धौली गंगा आके मिलती है। सड़क के कुछ स्थान पर लैंडस्लाइडिंग रिपेयरिंग का काम चल रहा है। जहां सड़क का काम चल रहा है उधर गाड़ियां धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ रहा है। विष्णुप्रयाग संगम से 3 किलोमीटर आने के बाद हम अलकनंदा नदी को फिर से क्रॉस किए।
May I now call upon Sakshi Singh to introduce our renowned speaker, Ms. Shubha Bharadwaj, HR IT recruiter, stress management and yoga trainer, who is an instrumental in success of the Art of Living Happiness Center. Shubha Bharadwaj ma'am is a multifaceted professional with an illustrious career spanning for 36 years. As a seasoned HR IT recruiter at She Jobs, ma'am has established
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm unable to hear the other girl who was talking. Yeah.
Ma'am, am I audible now? Yes, start from first. Shubha Bharadwaj ma'am is a multifaceted professional with an illustrious career spanning for 36 years. As a seasoned HR IT recruiter at She Jobs, ma'am has established herself as a trusted expert in a field. However, ma'am's impact extends far beyond the corporate realm as a certified yoga trainer and happiness program facilitator with the Art of Living. She has dedicated herself to empowering individuals and fostering a culture of well-being. Since joining the Art of Living in 2003, ma'am has been instrumental in transforming countless lives through her selfless service and compassion. With a unique blend of corporate acumen and spiritual insight, ma'am is a powerful catalyst for a positive change. Her tireless efforts to heal emotional wounds and elevate stress have earned her a reputation as a gifted healer and a mentor. As a shining embodiment of arts of living principle, ma'am continues to inspire and uplift all those around her. Her remarkable journey is a testament to a transformative power of selfless service and spiritual growth. It's my pleasure to now invite Shubha Bharadwaj ma'am to lead us from here.
Namaste and good afternoon to everyone, all the faculty members, organizational heads, and the students of Loyola College. Today, the topic is awakening of divinity inside us and how to bring that out, that quality of a divinity inside us. There is divine in every person, that is true. But how we recognize that we have the divinity within us? Is it like we need some exercises to do to understand what is divinity? Or is it that really required to see the divinity in others, or how we are supposed to see? I tell you, divinity is nothing but being a good human being. If you are a good human being, if you are really taking care of your neighbors, your friends, your family members, first comes family and then your neighbors, your friends, your society and everything, where you are able to help them out with the minimum needs, requirements, that is where the divinity comes. Being human being first. If you're a good human being, you find divinity in yourself and also in others. How? For example, you have an old person at home whom you're not taking care, not giving food at proper time, or not doing things properly, and you say that I'm doing some service in particular orphanage or old age. There is no fun, there is no point of doing such things when we are not taking care of our own people at home. So service starts at home. Humanity starts at home. So you find divinity automatically, the person whom you are serving. If you think I'm serving God, then it will become very easy for you to serve that particular human being or a creature. For example, stray dogs are there, you're going and giving them biscuits every day. You're giving some milk to them. That is what is humanity, and serving, seeing that divinity is there in that particular soul. So I believe in this, that serving the needy is what is humanity, that is where you find divinity. This is my concept of understanding divinity simplified, I would say. And now coming to, but how can we see that divinity? I want to serve, but I'm unable to serve because of my so many other commitments which I'm completely engrossed with. I'm unable to take my own time for others. I don't have a time to do something good at least 10 minutes because lack of time management, lack of self-esteem, lack of understanding our own self, lack of many other things which comes under because of stress. Why we have stress? Why we are completely engrossed with stress, and we say, I don't have time for myself to do anything, nor I can do something good to my people or to the society. If I do to the society, I can't do at home. If I do at home, I can't do at society. This kind of people also I have come across. We should bifurcate, we should prioritize the time, like time management skills. Managing the time by giving different pockets to different activities and making ourselves free for our own self at least for 15 to 20 minutes daily, that help us to be active at any age, and we could really contribute some good amount of time to the people who are really in need or required. This is what I tell you. Now, how to come out of this stress? How to understand that we are under stress? We yell and shout at others. It means we are stressed. We misunderstand others quickly. We are under stress. We don't listen to others. We just speak and go because we are under stress. We blame others because we are under stress. We cry. If you ask me, ma'am, have you ever cried? Yes, I cry. I'm a human being. I have emotions. So, crying is not a problem, but crying and leaving, let go, and again, like you have to bounce back to the normal. That is what is required. But crying, brooding out the past, still living there, every day thinking that this is what is happening, why it's happening only to me, that is where the whole melodrama comes. And what we are doing, we become victim, and also we want self pity, and we are looking and begging for sympathy. Sorry to use this word, but it is true. Don't try to crave for sympathy, and don't try to beg people to give their time. You give time to people. Don't ask time from anyone. They don't give. But when you start giving, they really come to you and ask, how do you take some time for me? I'm really happy. Even I would like to come forward. All these things happen only when you are stress free. Only when you understand that why I am like this, then you can come out of it. To understand why I'm like this, what I want right this moment, mental peace. How many of you say that you want a mental peace? Most of you. 99.99% they say, yes, I want mental peace. I want to live happily. Don't you want to live happily? Nobody would like to welcome troubles and problems in life. But all of us have troubles and problems in our life. Yes or no? But are we really looking into us? What is actually we are, and what are actually we are giving to the society, to our parents, to our family, to myself, what I'm giving? I'm giving all that negativity to myself. If you understand this, then you start trying how I can become positive. What is that really can make me to come or to become positive? See, divinity is nowhere. Divinity is in each and every individual. If I talk, it is in every creature. Divine has created us. In every creature, there is divinity. If you have a small pet at home, you must have seen the moment you started feeding the pet, like taking care of the pet, every day the pet wait for you till you come home if you go out. And it starts jumping, bouncing on you until unless you talk to that pet. What is that pet is asking for? Love. That is selfless love, where there is no any what you call selfishness in that pet. That pet doesn't want any property, any money, any name, any fame, only wants love. That is pure love. But we are lacking that pure love also because of the stress. We start craving for everything. Even when I talk about your family members, for example, wife or husband, most of you are married, or parents or children, what they really want is, if I'm cooking food, my husband should appreciate me, my children should appreciate me. For example, they don't appreciate, you become bad. You feel bad, you feel upset, because you are looking for recognition. But when with love you're cooking, even when you see Amma Cheti Vanta, like you really love Mama's food, because your mother is not expecting anything from you. She's cooking with lot of love, yes or no? But the same thing when you're doing with love, why do you expect that appreciation? Today food is very good, you're excellent cook, you are better than this, that. You really don't require this. It is your responsibility to cook. When you understand it's your responsibility, you don't ask for recognition. You're doing it with pure love. When you are doing as a duty, Obviously, you want recognition. Because there is no love, only duty. I have to cook food, I have to keep it on the table, I have to serve them, I have to clean the vessels because it's my duty. That is where the responsibility is not there. It's only a duty where you start demanding and you start expecting things from others. It's a vice versa for the husband. I'm earning, I'm bringing so many things, my wife should appreciate me. But I tell you, in life, even the parents also at times they expect things from children. At the old age, they want them to take care. Never understand that my child supposed to like take it for granted. My child supposed to look at me at the old age. Be that potential, whether my child takes care or not. I am good enough to take care of myself even at the old age. Somebody will come and take care of you at that time. When we understand the divine is there to take care of us, it is not someone, we will become completely free from all this kind of things. Insecurities. Why we have insecurity? Because we don't understand divinity. Divine is taking care of us. If divine is not taking care of us, why are we working in, most of you working in Loyola College? Do you think you are working because of your capability and capacity? Or you're studying because of your capability and capacity? Or somebody is paying you because of your capability and capacity? It's the divine's intervention is there. You're supposed to work here for this many years. Till then you will work. When the time comes, you will certainly leave this job or leave that place, leave that house. Very recently, I shifted my house after 5 years because the time has come for me to leave that particular place. My house owner was very good, very nice. I was very nice with him. But the time has come, I had to leave. If I understand this, I will never think why my house owner told me to leave, because he wants the house and I got another house, which is a very big house and wonderful one. God's, with the only divine's intervention, everything is happening. When we understand this, we start keeping ourselves quiet and we give our life in the hands of divine. Now you ask me, ma'am, if we give our life into the hands of divine, do we stop working? Do we stop planning for our daughters or husband, sons' marriage and their education? Do we stop thinking about our future? No. Think about your future, plan everything, and then according to the plan, just start working. But every day, if you think, what about me? What about my family? What about my children? What about the college? What is going to happen? Everything, whether you are there or not, life will continue. I tell you, I lost my husband 7 years back. My life is still continuing. I'm far happy than before. But yes, I miss my husband. It doesn't mean I don't miss my husband. But I'm living a better life. I'm happy. I'm contented. I'm giving my own example only to make you realize and understand there are so many people in the world who are singles, who have no support, but still they are living. It's because they know that there is divine's intervention which is taking care. Struggles will be there, troubles will be there, problems will be there. They are going to be there till your last breath. Please understand this. It will never stop. But you will come to know how easily, how quickly, how tactfully you can deal with that particular problem when you start practicing certain things in your life. This is what is called spirituality. What is spirituality? It's not sitting in the puja room, lighting the diya, putting so many flowers, doing Astotra Sastranama puja. In between, milk is boiling, paper man has come, something is going on, get the vegetables done, where there is no concentration. Don't do such things. If you ask me, do you do puja? No, I won't do. I have 100% trust and faith in divinity, in divine energy, but I don't do regular puja because I don't have a puja room in my place at home. And I have, in the sense, I should have a proper chowki in it. Then only I do puja. So I stopped doing puja. I don't do for the past many years. Very rare occasions I do puja, in the sense during Navaratri time, all the 10 days, and Varalakshmi puja. That's it. I don't do any other pujas. But still, I have 100% faith. I don't go to temples. Very rare. Yearly once or twice I go to temple. But going to the temple is good thing, because there is energy that is going to help us. So visit temples. Why I'm giving only my example? Because I am the living example I can give. But still I'm happy, contented. And there is divine force which is always helping me in every moment, every second. I can tell you. I can feel the divinity everywhere, with everyone, with every creature. It's because there is some positiveness that through practice I could bring. There is some practices that helps me to, that made me a good human being. If you ask me, ma'am, are we not good human beings? I never said this. What I'm telling you is, you all are good human beings. You have the divinity in you, but you're not trying to understand what is good human being nature supposed to be. Not brooding out the past, not becoming stress every day. If you have stress, you should know how to relieve that stress every day, like the way you brush your teeth, the way you take bath. Also, serving people without expectations. Today, I'm taking this session not expecting you to praise me, because I'm doing that with complete what you call concentration, and this content supposed to be delivered in a proper manner. And if you ask me, I did not prepare anything for this event, because there is a divine intervention and connection of the divine is there. When you're talking the topic automatically comes, it getting downloaded from the space, and I'm talking to you right now. Till now, I didn't prepare anything, but still I'm talking to you, which is completely related to you and which is touching to your hearts. I know that, because we are all human beings. We all go through so many things in our life. At times, there is a loss in our life, economic loss, personal loss. But how to come out of it? When you understand nothing is permanent in life, then you understand and realize, tomorrow I will also leave this world, and I don't know about my bank balance. Whatever I'm wearing today, tomorrow I won't take it with me. Then why I'm so much bothered about it? Then you relax yourself. Then you start thinking where to invest, what to do. Invest some time regularly on yourself. That's the best investment that you're supposed to do. Bank balances never give you security for your life. If anybody gets a heart attack or open heart surgery has to happen, money is required, but you will be saved only with the divine intervention, with divine's grace. This is true. When you understand this, then you realize money is important. I have to earn. But don't keep that every time in your mind. Keep divine in your mind. Do some good work to the society. I don't say you're not doing. But without expectation in the society, start doing that work. Let us do a little bit of pranayamas, and let us see how best we can calm our mind. Shall we? Yeah. You can send yes. You can message. That would be better so that I can see your messages. Shall we start? Yeah. Okay. Nikita, Indira, ma'am. Okay, sure. Let us all sit comfortably and easily, spine erect. And just close your fingers like this, with the palm touching the palm, and then fingers the thumb on the fingers. Keep it. Yeah. Keep it just touching the biceps. And now close your eyes. I'll close after a few moments. Breathe in and breathe out. Again, breathe in and breathe out. Now, keeping your eyes closed, take a long deep breath in with the nostrils. While breathing in, raise both the hands and palms should open like this when you raise up. And breathe out. While breathing out, you have to breathe out as if some mosquito went inside and you're removing it through breathing process. And no facial expressions. Face should be calm and smiling. Now let us start. We'll do 15 rounds. Breathe in. 1. All together. In. 2. In. 3. In. 4. In. 5. In. 6. In. 7. In. 8. In. 9. In. 10. In. 11. In. 12. In. 13. In. 14. In. 15. And relax. Both the hands, open palms on the thighs, palms facing the ceiling. Relax your body and mind. Observe the breath with a beautiful smile. Observe the sensations in your body. Any tickling or any tingling is happening, it's okay. Any sensation that you're finding in the body, just be with the sensation. Relax your body and mind with a beautiful smile. Take normal breathing and breathe out. Get ready for the second round of Bhastrika. Loose fist in front of your shoulders. Take a normal breath in and breathe out. Take a long, deep breath in and breathe out. Completely relaxed mode with a beautiful smile. Breathe in. 1. In. 2. In. 3. In. 4. In. 5. In. 6. In. 7. In. 8. In. 9. In. 10. In. 13. In. 14. In. 15. In. 16. In. 17. And relax. Observe the sensations in your body. Be with the breath. Take normal breathing and relax your body and mind with a beautiful smile on your face. Get ready for the last and final round of Bhastrika. Loose fist in front of your shoulders with a beautiful smile on your face. Take a normal breath in and breathe out completely. Empty your lungs. Take a long, deep breath in and breathe out completely. Relax. Now, all together, forceful breath in. 1. In. 2. In. 3. In. 4. In. 5. In. 6. In. 7. In. 8. In. 9. In. 10. In. 11. In. 12. In. 13. In. 14. In. 15. And relax. Observe the sensations in your body. Be with the breath. Relax your whole body and mind. Just relax. Leave everything behind. Slowly, you may open your eyes with a beautiful smile. Is it good? How is the pranayama? Okay. Now, let's continue with another pranayama. All these things lead us for inner peace, inner strength, to understand our own self, what we are. First of all, we should understand what we are, then only we can understand others. So many people, what they do is they don't understand themselves. They want to understand others in a better way. It never happens. First of all, what I am, what is that I want in my life, what I wanted to do, that is when you understand it, be very easy for you to understand others. Why you're unable to understand your kids, your husband, your father-in-law, your mother-in-law, or your wife, or your boss, it is because we are unable to understand our own self. We need to understand our own self first. For this, these kind of pranayamas all are going to help us to calm down our mind. When you are at peace, you can take a right decision. When you are completely disturbed, you cannot take a right decision. Understand this. Your decisions are going to become wrong. Let us do a pranayama. This is called Nadi Shodhan Pranayama. After this, we'll do a small meditation. Left hand, both the thumb and the index finger touching like this. Just lightly touch 3 fingers together. Now keep them like this on the palm. Okay? On your knees, on your thigh. And then the other hand, right hand, place your thumb on the right nostril, ring finger and little finger on the left nostril. These 2 fingers, index and middle finger, in between the eyebrows, Bhru Madhya. Now, breathe in. Don't close your nostrils, just breathe in first. While breathing out, close the right nostril and breathe out with the left nostril. Now breathe in with the left nostril, keeping your eyes closed. Hold, close it. Now breathe out with the right nostril, leaving the thumb. Now again, breathe in with the right nostril, keeping your spine erect. Close with the thumb. Breathe out with the left nostril slowly. While breathing in, stomach should bulge out. While breathing out, stomach should get inside. It should touch the back. It should contract. Again, breathe in with the left nostril and close. Breathe out with the right nostril. Breathe in with the right nostril. Close and breathe out with the left nostril. We will do it very slowly, 9 rounds in 5 minutes. Breathe in. Close the left nostril and breathe out. Breathe in with the right nostril. Breathe out with the left nostril. Breathe in with the right nostril. Breathe out with the left nostril. Breathe in with the right nostril. Breathe out with the left nostril. Breathe in with the left nostril. Breathe out with the right nostril. Breathe in with the right nostril. Breathe out with the left nostril. Continue 2 more rounds. Breathe in with the left nostril. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. And relax with a beautiful smile on your face. Observe the breath. Slowly and gently. Relax. And you may open your eyes with a beautiful smile on your face. Shall we continue with the meditation now?
Yes, ma'am.
Let us all sit comfortably and easily. Spine erect, backbone straight. A beautiful smile on your face. A beautiful smile on your face. Take a normal breath in and breathe out completely. Take a long, deep breath in and breathe out completely. Observe your mind, observe your body. Just relax and let go everything. Right this moment, you do not want anything and you do not want to know anything. You are just what you are. Just relax. Relax. Relax your body and mind. Become aware of the surroundings around you. Wherever you are sitting, just observe the surroundings by closing your eyes. You may be sitting in your chair, or maybe you have benches around, or maybe a classroom, or it may be a staff room, or maybe it is a room, office room, or maybe a room consisting of many computers. Let it be. Just observe the environment of your room by closing your eyes. Do not open them. Observe all the sounds that you are experiencing now. Maybe you're observing some horns, which are like vehicles which are moving around, some sounds of horns, or maybe some fan sound, AC sound, or maybe other sounds which you are hearing at this moment. Just be with them. Keeping your eyes closed, just be with them. Do not open your eyes till I tell you to open your eyes. Become one with the sounds around you. Maybe the vehicle sounds, buzzing sounds of vehicles, or maybe the fan sound, AC sound, or somebody is talking, or something is moving. Whatever is happening, just observe them, be with them. Be with the sounds around you. Become one with the sounds around you. చుట్టుపక్కల ఉన్న శబ్దాలతో మమైక్యం కండి. Take a long, deep breath in and breathe out. Become aware of your physical body. This body is a beautiful gift given by the nature or the divine. However you feel, respect and honor the body. ప్రకృతి ఇచ్చిన వరంగా, భగవంతుడు ఇచ్చిన వరంగా ఈ శరీరాన్ని మీరు ఆదరించండి, గౌరవించండి. Become aware of your both feet. Do not shake them. శరీరాన్ని కదపద్దు. Do not shake your body or move your body. Just take your attention towards the body parts. Become aware of your feet, calf muscles, knees, thighs, hip bones, genitals, navel region, stomach, chest, center of the chest, heart region. Breathe in and breathe out. Become aware of both the shoulders, both the hands, both the palms, fingers, your throat, neck, the whole back of the body. Face, chin, cheeks, eyebrows, forehead, in between the eyebrows, nose and eyes, lips, teeth, tongue, ears, whole face, top of the head, the whole body, complete body. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Become aware of your thoughts, either good thoughts or bad thoughts. Let them be. Do not resist any thought. Let them come and go. They automatically go. Do not resist them. Do not judge the thought. It is bad or good. Become one with the thoughts. మీ ఆలోచనలతో మమైక్యం కండి. Breathe in and breathe out. Become aware of your emotions. మీ భావాలపై ఎరుక కలిగి ఉండండి. అవి దుఃఖకరమైనవైనా లేక సుఖకరమైనవైనా. Let the thoughts be happy or unhappy. Just be with your emotions. Let the emotions be happy or unhappy. Be with them. Become one with the emotions. మీ భావాలతో మమేక్యం కండి. Take a long deep breath in and breathe out completely. Take another long deep breath in and breathe out completely. You are peace. You are joy. You are peace. You are joy. Become aware of your emotions. Become aware of your thoughts. Become aware of your physical body. Become aware of your surroundings around you. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amrutangamaya. Shanti Shanti Shanti. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Slowly and gently, with a beautiful smile on your face, you may open your eyes. Take your own time to open your eyes. Don't be in hurry. Yeah. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can ask. You can unmute yourself and ask questions.
If anyone has any queries, kindly raise your hand so that we can unmute you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Indira.
Thank
It's
you,
not
ma'am.
relaxing. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Positive expectations are the mark of superior personality. To attain such personality, we need to imbibe spiritual values. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the committee members, the organization, whoever the heads of this organization, and all the team members and the committee members, to the students, to the faculty, each and everyone from the core of my heart. I would like to say thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much. And also, I would like to thank Sri Ravi Shankarji, the who is really giving a lot of insights to all of us, who has trained us to become art of living teachers. I would like to thank our Guru, Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankarji, for being me like this on this platform today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We had a really wonderful opportunity to meet people like you, ma'am. Of course,
Thank you.
we learned a lot meditation, pranayama. Undoubtedly, these are going to help the students. Thank you
Please
so much,
continue.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Thanks
please
a lot.
continue, ma'am. Thank you.
Sure.
So, can we switch off?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Let us now listen to a classical song. Hope you all have enriched the spiritual values. Let these sessions transform us into individuals with values, ethics, and humanity. Thank you, one and all, for your active participation. Have a good day. This is Nandana signing off.